Hi, everybody. Welcome to Hammond, Louisiana, as we get your baseball underway on a Friday, 4th of July, Independence Day. We're going to spend the bulk of it here on the campus of Southeastern Louisiana, providing you Showcase Series baseball, Sports U, and Bandits. Getting ready to battle it out. As a matter of fact, the battle has begun. As J.L. Malbrew steps in for Sports U, they are decked out in green. In the blue are the Bandits. Wrapped in the direction of Netterville and short. He will field, go to first. Misfires, and on his way to second, Malbrew puts on the brakes, back to first, and he's going to be out. So instead of an E6, it turns into a 6-3, 4-3 put-up. And there is one away here in the top part of the first. Well, Malbrew thinking that there was the possibility to go to second. And instead, tagged out trying to get back to first. Brody Dugas next. Malbrew the one hitter, Brody Dugas in the 2 spot. Bryce Kellum batting third. Aiden Strecker is the Sports U cleanup guy. Aiden Ward in the 5 spot. Andrew Guerra batting 6th, Cohen Mosley 7th. Brody Kuchar is the 8th hitter, and Dane Gray in the 9 spot. For the Bandits, did not get positions with the starting lineup, but I've been able to piecemeal together a few. Riley Scuderi is on the hill behind the plate. Matthew Benura. As the pitch is outside, Brennan Deast at first. Your second baseman is Nathaniel Robin. Shortstop Braden Netterville, and the third baseman Jace Zorns. Got Roman Larry in right, center fielder Aaron Lewis, and that one spot I'm not quite sure of is left. Fouled away by Dugas. Here in the top part of the first. A little overcast, but the forecast says it'll be sunny by the afternoon. Foul back to the screen by Dugas. Bryce Kellum to the on-deck circle. Good to be back in Southeastern Louisiana on the outside part of the plate. And there is 2 away. Scuderi picking up his first strikeout of the game. Bryce Kellum next. Aiden Strecker to the on-deck circle. Ball game just underway. 5 today, 5 tomorrow, 4 on Sunday here, and there are multiple fields. And of course, as always, I encourage you to download the app. Showcase Series app as Kellum strikes out looking. 2 out of 3 are Ks, 3 up, 3 down in the top of the first. We go to the bottom of the inning on JockJive.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
We head to the bottom of the first. Matthew Taylor starting it off. Braden Natterville is the 2 guy for the Bandits. Brennan Deast batting third. Jace Zorns is the 4-hitter. There is a base hit into center field for Matthew Taylor. And the Bandits with their leadoff guy on. Nathan Robin batting 5th. Riley Scuderi is the 6-hitter. Roman Larry hits 7th. Aaron Lewis 8th. Matthew Benura is the 9 guy. Brylan Richard batting 10th. Ethan Wade in the 11 hole. Andrew Guerra getting the start on the hill for Sports U. Behind the plate is Cohen Mosley. Brody Kuchar at first. Brody Dugas at second. The shortstop is Dane Gray. And Bryce Kellum is at third. Aiden Warren in left. ML, to make that JL Malbrew, is in center. And Aiden Strecker is in right. Popped up in the direction of center field. There to make the catch is Malbrew and Braden Natterville with a fly out. So there is one away. Brennan Deast next. Jace Zorns to the on-deck circle. Well, we are in the first inning, and it is time to take a look at our Jerry Martinez weather. And it says 81 is the current temperature, 92 will be the high. No mention of rain, air quality 48 and good. UV index 4 and moderate. Winds out of the northwest at 2, gusting to 5. And an 8:08 sunset. 13-mile visibility. 80% humidity. Temperature on the 4th of July, 3 degrees above what it typically is. And just in case you're interested, next full moon 6 days away. And the moon 251,341 miles from Earth. Brennan Deast with a base runner on. Jace Zorns to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit outside of the pitch. Where is baseball being played this weekend in the Hammond area? At Albany High, Denham Springs, and Denham Springs High, Southeastern Louisiana, here. And just a bit up the road at Summit, Mississippi. All given to Brennan Deast. And you got a couple of runners on for Jace Zorns. Nathaniel Robin to the on-deck circle. And here at Southeastern Louisiana, games at 10, 12, 15, 2:30. As that is popped up to center, and the catch again from Malbrew. So 2 gone and Nathaniel Robin to the plate. And then have a 4:45 and a 7 o'clock game today here. Into the dirt with a pitch. Nice stop behind the plate by Mosley. And that will force runners to hold, specifically Taylor at second, which means Deast at first has to stay put too. Runners go. That is dropped into right field. That'll be a base hit. Taylor in to score to third. Deast an RBI single for Nathaniel Robin. And the Bandits play a run with 2 gone. Take a 1-zip advantage. Riley Scuderi to the plate. Chops it in the direction of short. Gray's got it. Flips it over to his second baseman, Dugas. And Scuderi grounds into the 6-4 that puts an end to the inning. But Taylor scores on the Robin single. And the Bandits lead it by 1. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap. Top of the second gets underway. Aiden Stracker will start it. Aiden Ward, Andrew Guerra due up in the inning 2. 1-run plates in the top. Mike at the bottom of the first off of a couple of base hits. And the Bandits taking a 1-zip lead into the second. Well, as you know, college baseball done for the year. Hockey's done. NBA's done. But there is Major League Baseball. There's WNBA. And taking a look at yesterday's majors. Marlins 4-1 over the Twins. Rockies beat the Astros 7-6. Nationals knocking off the Tigers 11-7. Blue Jays 8-5 winners over the Yankees. Mets nipped the Brewers 3-2. Angels 5-1 over the Braves in 10. Cubs beat the Guardians 1-zip. Giants 7-2 over the D-backs. Dodgers 6-2 over the White Sox. Royals edge the Mariners 3-2. Leadoff base hit. Aiden Stracker on with a single to left. And a base runner aboard for Aiden Ward. Andrew Guerrero to the on-deck circle. First pitch fouled away by Ward. And believe it or not, Major League Baseball already underway. Today, top of the first, Reds and Nationals playing in D.C. And there's no score with 2 gone in the top of the first. High with a pitch to Ward. That's a little bit inside. So much so that it nibbles Aiden Ward. And he will go down to first. Tying run moved over into scoring position. And the go-ahead run gets aboard here in the top of the second. Andrew Guerrero, followed by Cohen Mosley. Here in the top part of inning number 2, bottom of the inning, Larry Lewis and Benura. All coming up for the Bandits. Back in Louisiana. We were here a week ago. Not here, but in Louisiana. On the outside part of the plate to Guerra. We were at LSU, where it rained a bunch. And as a matter of fact, didn't get to play a whole lot of baseball at LSU as a result. I think right at 5 games in 3 days. A lot of waiting on Mama Nature. Ground right back to Scuderi. Goes over to first with a throw that is not scored as a sacrifice, but acts like one. Kind of a swinging bunt for Guerrero. Couple of base runners on for Cohen Mosley. Rody Kuchar to the on-deck circle, outside with the pitch. Well, I know some of the Bandits playing baseball this morning and working this afternoon. Cohen Mosley, couple of base runners on. Base wrap would likely give Sports U the lead. Fouled away by Mosley. Got a little raspiness in the voice. Not sure what that's about. Didn't know it was here until I tried to talk this morning. It was like, that didn't sound quite right. On the outside part of the plate to Mosley. So my apologies. Ground foul in the direction of third. Couple of balls, couple of strikes, 1 away, 2 aboard. Bandits by 1. Got all the stuff in place that you typically have in place for a showcase series game. Like your time limits, like your mercy rules. Time limit of 150 and a mercy rule of 12, 10, and 8. After 3, 4, and 5. High with the pitch. WNBA from yesterday. Fever over the Aces, 81-54. Liberty beat the Sparks, 89-79. Storm edged the Dream, 80-79. Wings knock off the Mercury, 98-89. And Lynx 92, Mystics 75. Okay, I'm checking to see if Caitlin played last night. Ground to third, run conceded, throw to first. Mosley will drive in Strecker, and we're tied at 1. Go ahead, run now at third with 2 gone. Looks like Clark did not play. And no WNBA until tomorrow. They've got the 4th off. On the outside part of the plate to Brody Kuchar. Dane Gray moving to the on-deck circle. And he's muscled towards second, fielded by Robin. He'll get it first. Kuchar out on the 4-3. Warren stranded, but Sports U ties it at 1. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. And also coming up the rest of the summer, we will be back at the University of West Florida. I say back. We were originally scheduled to be there, and then Mama Nature kind of influenced the decision to not go to West Florida. We'll be there in a couple of weeks in Pensacola. Roman Larry, Aaron Lewis, Matthew Benura. As that is ground back to Guerra, he'll go to first. Get Larry on the 1-3, and there is one away. So one out, Aaron Lewis next. Matthew Benura to the on-deck circle. Top and bottom of the order in the third for Sports U. Dan Gray will start it. J.L. Malbrew and Brody Dugas will also show up in the top of the third. A little bit high with the pitch to Aaron Lewis. A little bit inside with the offering to Lewis. Well, if you've downloaded the Showcase Series app, you know it's coming up. 12:15, Star Scout 17, and Blue Jays 19. 2:30, Mississippi 18, Stars 18, 4:45, Mississippi Scout 16, Ace Academy Scout. And we will end it with Louisiana, Mississippi J16U and UBO Henry. Lewis given a walk. And a base runner on Hammond, Louisiana. Home to SLU, also the home, at least nearby, to Kim Mulkey, ladies coach for the LSU ladies basketball team. Not too far up the road, Lynn Spears, Brittany's mama, resides. I think Jane Lynn Spears, Brittany's sister, has married to somebody that has a trucking company here in Hammond. And Hammond is where Charlie Rich took his last breath. Neat little town. Actually bigger than I thought. On the outside part of the plate to Benura. One away, one aboard. One apiece ball game, bottom of the second. That is sent across the street, and right across the street is the Catholic Church. So I think it is safe to assume they are the recipient of incoming frequently. Inside with the pitch, going is Lewis, and he'll get tagged out. Zipped out by Mosley and able to swipe the back of an incoming Aaron Lewis was Dane Gray. And there's two gone with nobody on. Bases cleared for Benura. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Still trying to get to 6,900. We've been trying for about a week or so now. And I think we come in with about 51 shy of 69. Inside with a pitch from Guerra. And it's not a big process. I mean, it's just a movement of the cursor over the subscribe button and the click of the mouse. High pitch and a walk given to Benura. So a runner on, two gone. Brylan Richard to the plate. Ethan Wade to the on-deck circle. Second walk in the inning for Guerra, and his third of the game. A little bit high to Richard. Ethan Wade stepping into the on-deck circle. Top of the order in the hole, Matthew Taylor. Little check swing, sent foul by Richard. Ethan Wade on deck. Guerra giving a glance to the runner, Benura. Swung on and missed. Got a couple of strikes on Richard. 75-mile-an-hour pitch. Spin rate of 1973. On the inside part of the plate, and there is the first strikeout for Guerra, leaving a runner on. We're still tied at 1-2.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Dane Gray starting off the third with a little floater to center field. And Gray on with a leadoff base hit, second consecutive inning. Leadoff has gotten on for Sports U. Top of the order, J.L. Malbrew to the plate. Ground into what looked like it was going to be an error, but instead turned into the 6-3-4-3. Brody Dugas to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the Bandits order. When you get to the bottom of the third, Ethan Wade will start it. That is launched in the direction of the gap. Left center field hits, drops and rolls all the way to the warning track. Gray on his way to third and home, pulling into second. Malbrew with an RBI double. And Sports U will take the lead. Brody Dugas to the plate. The lead has been won for Sports U, as in now, and for the Bandits, as in after the top of the first. Dugas a strikeout victim in the first, one of a couple of Ks for Riley Scuderi. Ground towards first. Deist has got it, and covering the bag at first is Scuderi to get the out, but to third goes Malbrew. So a 3-1 put out number one. Bryce Kellum struck out in the first. Floats this one in the direction of center field. Aaron Lewis goes to get it. Malbrew will come in, and Sports U adds another run to the lead. Kellum the sacrifice. And there's 2 gone in a 3-1 game. Aiden Strecker coming to the plate. It is not often that we get 7 innings in. Might here, though. Top of the third, just 36 minutes into the ball game. Popped up behind the plate. It'll stay inside the screen, and Bonero will get it. Strecker with a fly out, but 2 runs in. And now it Sports U by 2.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn.
That's a fair ball and slightly mishandled by Bryce Kellum over at third. And a base runner on. Going back to look at the replay, I don't think I'm going to charge an error to third baseman Bryce Kellum. That'll be a base hit. Base runner on, that is Ethan Wade. Back to the top of the order, Matthew Taylor. And that will become the third Bandits hit of the game. Happy 4th to you, by the way. Independence Day. A little bit high with a pitch to Taylor. Don't know what you got planned today, but I hope you enjoy. Whether it's watching baseball, eating hot dogs, setting off fireworks. Have a good but safe 4th. Matthew Taylor with a single in the first. Came in and scored the lone Bandits run. Popped up, but it will get into the stands. Braden Natterville to the on-deck circle, 2-run score in the top part of the inning. And Sports U breaks apart a 1-1 tie. Swing and miss. Taylor will go down on a 79-mile-an-hour pitch. By the way, that's a new pitcher, isn't it? I think I'm looking at the provided roster. Well, I don't see a 3. So let me give one other roster a glance and see if I can cross-reference and tell you who is doing the pitching. Well, nope, have the names of the subs, but no numbers. I am going to go through the process of elimination, and it could certainly be wrong, but with Ethan Sumner as the pitcher. Fouled away by Netterville. One away, one aboard. So a couple of innings of work for Guerrero. And in those 2 innings, faced 10, struck out 1, walked 3, gave up 2 hits and a run. And there's the second strikeout for who we think is Sumner. And there's 2 gone. And here's my logic in thinking it is Sumner. There are 2 listed as subs, or 3 actually. 2 that I have numbers for and names for on our roster. 1 I do not. And 1 is Ethan Sumner. On the inside part of the plate to Brennan Deist. So that's what I'm going to go with until Mama comes up and knocks on the window and says, dude, you are wrong. You ain't right. Shot over towards right field, and that'll be a base hit for Deist. So a couple of hits and a couple of strikeouts in the inning for Sumner. And Jay Zorn's coming to the plate. Zorns with a fly out to center field. Nathaniel Robin to the on-deck circle. Ground towards second. Over the field is Dugas. He'll go to Gray at second. And the put-out will go 4-6. Officially get Deist and leave Zorns and wait on.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org, and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Top of the fourth gets underway. Aiden Warren will start it. Andrew Guerra and Cohen Mosley 2 up in the inning, 2. Hey, thank you, Kayla Wiggins. I should have checked my emails before speculating on who is pitching, as that is lifted to left. And Warren will fly out for out number 1. Kayla sent me a roster for Sports U. And indeed it is Ethan Sumner who is on the hill. It is rare that my deductive reasoning is authentic. But in this particular case, it was. So the new Sports U pitcher is Ethan Sumner. But thank you very much, Kayla, for the emailed roster. And thank you, Malcolm Orgeron, for doing the same with Extreme Scout. Strike delivered to Guerrera, who ground into a 1-3. Swing and a miss, and out goes Guerra. That is Scuderi's third strikeout of the game. And there's 2 gone here in the top of the fourth. Umbrellas coming out, but not because of rain. It's because of the overabundance of sunshine. Not much in the way of clouds to create a cool spot, so the umbrellas starting to pop out into the stands. Cohen Mosley taking a pitch outside. Swing and a miss. Mosley ground into a 5-3. And that 5-3 produced a run. It happened in the second inning and brought in the first Sports U run of the game. Brody Kuchar to the on-deck circle. That is low and away from Scuderi. Robin Scuderi and Larry when you get to the bottom of the fourth for the Bandits. Found back to the screen by Mosley. Bandits score first with a run in the bottom of the first. And Sports U has played in the last 3. A run in the top of the second and 2 in the top of the third. A little bit high with the pitch and a runner put on. That is Mosley. Making his way to first. That is walk number 1 for Scuderi. And a runner aboard from Brody Kuchar. Dane Gray moving to the on-deck circle. That'll go to the screen. Bonura tracks it down, but not before Mosley takes second. Hammond, Louisiana, 21,359 strong. Named for Peter Hammond, a Swedish immigrant. I always like to check out the notables from a community. Let's see if I recognize any names beyond the name that I mentioned. Robin Roberts, host of Good Morning America from here in Hammond. Strikeout of Kuchar. And that will leave Mosley on. 4 go up, 3 go down, 1 stranded. We head to the bottom of the fourth in a 3-1 game.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Leadoff hitter aboard, Nathaniel Robin will get on to begin the bottom of the fourth inning. That will be hit number 5 in the game for the Bandits. And it's got Riley Scuderi coming to the plate. Scuderi ground into a 6-4 in the first. Roman Larry moving to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the order when you get to the 5th inning for Sports U. All right, other notables from Hammond, Louisiana. Kayla Ard, head coach of the Utah State women's basketball team. Robert Alford, quarterback with the Arizona Cardinals. Tajay Spears, running back for the Tennessee Titans. Wade Miley, baseball pitcher for the Milwaukee Brewers. All from right here in Hammond, Louisiana. 77-mile-an-hour pitch got the inside part of the plate on Scuderi. Roman Larry on deck. That is ground over towards right field. That'll be a base hit for Scuderi. Meanwhile, Robbins on his way to third. The throw won't get him. And you'll have runners on the corners. Roman Larry coming to the plate. And Ethan Sumner about to get a visit from Coach. Came into the ball game in the third, struck out 2 and gave up 2 hits but no runs. And here in the fourth, he's given up back-to-back singles, putting the tying run on and the go-ahead run at the plate in the bottom of the fourth. Well, taking a look at your Showcase Series app, flipping over to the messages, and then to the tournament format and rules. 19U, 3 pool play games. Pool winners advance to the championship and head-to-head applies. 16U, different story because there are more teams. So everybody won't be playing everybody in their pool. So hand-to-hand will not apply. And then you're going to those tiebreakers if you do have ties. Win-loss, of course, is the first, but secondly, runs allowed and then runs scored. Couple of runners on, bottom of the fourth. Roman Larry has Scuderio on at first, Robin at third. Boy, it seems like we just began our summer of baseball with the Showcase Series, and here we are again. Better than halfway through. Stolen base by Scuderio without a throw with a runner at third, Robin. And now a couple of runners in scoring position. But 3 more weeks with the Showcase isn't all of the baseball this summer. And as a matter of fact, just added another game. We were at Truist Park in Atlanta for the Native American All-Star Game on the 21st of June. Now on the 20th of September, we go back. I'm not sure what baseball game it is. I just know we'll be there. And we'll stream it. And we come to Hattiesburg, the end of the month, for the Dixie Baseball World Series. Got a Cal Ripken World Series coming up. Knocked down by Sumner, gives a look to the runner coming in from third, then throws it away over at first. Robin in, Scuderi's in, tagged out trying to get to second is Larry. But that will be an E1 that allows 2 runs in and ties the game. And has got Aaron Lewis coming to the plate. Matthew Benura to the on-deck circle. Got a Babe Ruth World Series in New York in August. And we have already learned we're doing fall baseball with the Prime 9 League about mid-September. On the outside part of the plate to Lewis. And hope we are back with the Showcase for the fall as well. Strike 3, and out goes Lewis looking. Sumner will pick up his 3rd K. And there's 2 gone for Matthew Benura. Brylan Richard, the on-deck circle. Bottom and top of the order in the 5th for Sports U. 9, 1, and 2 coming to the plate. Big thank you, by the way, to Coach Sam Taylor. He is the reason you've got that look right there. That pitcher to hitter look. If you only knew what we go through to give you that look. Climb the highest mountain. Ford the deepest sea. Okay, maybe not quite that involved. Short hop to short. Nice way to play it by Gray. Able to get Benura on the 6-3. But 2 runs are in, and the Bandits have tied this one up at 3.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the fifth gets underway with a new pitcher on the hill, and that is Braden Natterville. Riley Scuderi will work 4 innings and face 17. Strikeout 4, walk 1, give up 3 hits and 3 runs, and hit 1. And Natterville will take over. It'll slip sliding away, and your new shortstop struggling to get his footing. I think that is Nathaniel Robin, who has taken over at short, moving over from second. So you got a base runner on. Dane Gray reaches, top of the order coming to the plate. J.L. Malbrew. A little bit inside with the offering. Hammond, Louisiana was also the base production city for the first season of NBC's In the Heat of the Night. I don't know if you recall that series. It goes way back. Well, not way back for folks my age, but way back for folks like these guys' age. Picked off over at first is Gray. And there's one away with J.L. Malbrew and the bases clear. I think that series then went to somewhere in Georgia for season 2 and beyond. Malbrew has ground out and double. And with the double, he drove in a run. Popped up on the infield and calling for it at first is Brennan Deast. Matthew Taylor, by the way, has moved to second with Robin going to short. And there's 2 gone for Brody Dugas. Dugas struck out and ground out. 0 for 2 in the game. Southeastern Louisiana University was originally in 1925, Hammond Junior College. And about 1928 became Southeastern Louisiana College. And I'm looking to see when it became the university. In 1970, it became a university. Ground in the direction of Robin. It's short. He'll field, fire, and get the out of Dugas on the 6-3. One base hit of the infield variety, but Gray picked off at first. So it's a 3 up, 3 down, top part of the inning. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. First pitch, bottom of the 5th, rolled to 3rd, Kellum to 1st, and there's a pitch and an out in the bottom of the 5th. Ethan Wade to the plate. Top of the order, moving to the on-deck circle. Southeastern Louisiana University alum that you might recognize, or I might recognize. I'm thumbing through. Of course, again, Robin Roberts, we talked about her. Hammond product, and went to school here. Lynn Spears and Brian Spears. I'm assuming those are Brittany's parents. No, Brian's not. Brian is the brother, I think. And Lynn is the mom. I've all attended school here at Southeastern Louisiana University. Ethan Wade with a single in the 3rd. A little bit outside with the Sumner offering. Just about an hour and 10 in, 40 minutes to go in the bottom of the 5th. We might get all 7 in. Line to short, and Gray's got it. 2 gone for Matthew Taylor. Taylor with a single and a strikeout. 6th inning for Sports U features 3, 4, and 5. That's a base hit into left field for Matthew Taylor. His 2nd hit, Bandits' 7th. And a runner aboard. Sunshiny 4th of July. And by the way, did you know that we are officially closer to 2050 than we are to 2000? That happened at the end of June. Braden Netterville, the shortstop turned pitcher, stepping in. Taking a pitch high and away, Brennan Deast to the on-deck circle. I will admit, if I make 2050, I am going to be a very old man. Back to the screen, foul. But I'm aiming for it. Going to shoot for it, try for it. Netterville 0 for 2. He's flown out and struck out. Popped out in center field in the first, struck out in the third. Floats that one towards right field. And Netterville will fly out, leaving Taylor on. 4 go up, 3 go down, 1 stranded. We've played 5, and we're tied at 3.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the 6th gets underway. Bryce Kellum starts at Aiden Strecker and Aiden Ward due up in the inning as well. On the campus of Southeastern Louisiana University, as I look straight beyond center field, there is Strawberry Stadium, home to the Lion football team. Ground is short, fielded by Robin. And his throw to first gets Kellum. The game, by the way, can end in a 3-3 tie or a whatever tie. It's the championships that need a winner. The pool play games, this is part of your record. If you tie the game, can be for better or worse. If the pool leader goes unbeaten, you're in trouble. If the pool other team loses the game and you don't, then you win the pool. One away for Aiden Strecker. Time called by Strecker. Strecker with a single and a fly out behind the plate. And has also scored a run, 1 for 2 in the game. He'll get a 1-out walk here in the 6th. That is the first walk issued by Netterville. Second one from Bandit pitching. And you got a runner on for Aiden Ward. Ward hit by a pitch and then flew out to left. Andrew Guerra to the on-deck circle. Popped up. Over towards the dugout at first, and it will get out of play. Deast gave it a chase, thought he had a chance. But instead it drops on top of the dugout. And that 78-mile-an-hour pitch from Netterville turns into a Aiden Ward strike. .72 and a bit outside, spin rate of 20.49. Got the TrackMan data up on the scoreboard here at SLU. Sports U a run in the second, 2 in the third. Bandits a run in the first, 2 in the fourth. Strecker takes off. There won't be a throw. He's in scoring position. Deast, Zorns, and Robin in the bottom of the 6th for the Bandits. Just a little bit outside with a pitch to Ward. A 10 o'clock start or thereabouts, meaning a roughly 11:50 finish. That'll be fouled away to third. First time for Aiden Ward against Netterville came into the ball game for Scuderi in the 5th inning, and now gives up his 2nd consecutive walk. Ward and Strecker on, Guerrera to the deck. And actually, this is Sumner hitting for Guerra. So Sumner, who came in to pitch for Guerra after a couple of innings, will now hit for Guerra in the 6th. Popped up back in the direction of the screen, and wow. Collision with the rail, just did not know it was coming from Matthew Benura. He was chasing that ball and looking up and didn't realize that a screen was coming and just ran straight into it. It just caught the corner. I mean, the worst possible part of the railing in front of the dugout. That is a painful collision with the rail in front of the dugout, and it was just a matter of Banura not being aware that it was coming. And instead of maybe coming into the screen like from the front side, he's hitting it right there on the corner. And went down in pain. That is about the worst part of that railing to hit. And he just didn't know it was there. Let's hope he's okay. He is on all fours. That's a good sign, and now up. And I don't think that's Banura. That may be Richard. Changes are made without notification to the box. And that's okay. And I do think that is Richard, but it looks like he's up. And I think somebody ought to check on him, and that could be Mama. And I do not blame Mama. Going down to make sure that Richard is okay. It looks like he is, and is going to be able to get back on the field. Man, that's tough. I know you got that protection, that chest protector. And really what you might have done is knock the breath out of you, which makes you feel like you're going to die. So good to see Richard back behind the plate. And he's taking a few tosses to make sure he's good to go. He says, I am. Blue says, let's play ball. Wow, what a job by Richard, though. Just to be able to get up and come back and play the position. Sumner at the plate with a couple of runners aboard. One away, top of the sixth. And that will get back to the screen and out of play. And yeah, that railing is padded, but you're going full speed ahead. You catch the corner. A little bit outside with a pitch to Sumner. Guerra batted in the sixth spot in innings 2 and 4 and ground out and struck out. Here in the sixth, it's Sumner. And that'll come back this way. Warm day here in Louisiana. And there was actually a slight shower that came through just prior to the start of game 1, or this game. But we're not seeing much in the way of clouds at all. Even the white clouds. So it is your typical 4th of July in the south. Hot and sunny. Low and away with a pitch to Sumner. Cohen Mosley to the on-deck circle. Another one fouled back by Sumner. Deist, Zorns, and Robin in the bottom of the sixth for the Bandits. 9 and up at 3. Nanderville came into the ball game for Scuderi and will issue his third walk in the inning, putting Sumner on and loading it up. And a runner coming in for Sumner. That is, well, I think that is Strecker, which would be the guy at third. So did Strecker have a runner coming? No, that was not Strecker. Let's see who that is running. Strecker's running at third. Cohen Mosley to the plate. That is Braden O'Neill running over at first for Sumner. Bases loaded, one away, top of the sixth. Cohen Mosley with an RBI and a walk. Stopped by Deese. Can he get anybody out? He won't. That'll be an infield single that brings in the go-ahead run. Still loaded, still one away. But now a 4-3 game with Brody Kuchar to the plate. Warren, O'Neill, and Mosley on. That is floated in the direction of left field. That'll become a base hit for Kuchar. Warner's in. O'Neill handed home. They both score. And Kuchar picks up a pair of RBIs. And Sports U turns it into a 6-3 lead. Dane Gray to the plate. 2 for 2 in the game. Single to the third and fifth. Back to the screen, foul. J.L. Malbrew on deck. Biggest inning of the game thus far. 3 runs plating in the top of the sixth for Sports U. In an inning in which 3 walks have been issued. Bunt laid down, Deese charging in, throw goes to first. Runners advance on the Gray sacrifice. And that sacrifice will go 3-4. So 2 gone from the top of the order, J.L. Malbrew. Malbrew 1 for 3 in the game. A ground out, a fly out, and a double. Brody Dugas to the on-deck circle. That one nearly hits Malbrew. Last regional appearance in the NCAA for SLU, 2022. Last tournament championship, same year. Last conference championship for SLU, 2015. A little bit low with the pitch, another walk issue. That is the 4th in the inning for Netterville. And it's loaded again for Brody Dugas. Dugas has struck out and ground out twice. Inside with the pitch from Netterville. And the guy who started off the inning is on deck. That is a foul ball, but barely in the direction of third. By the way, Everett Gibbs is running at third. So Gibbs, Kuchar, and Malbrew on. 1-1 off free. That is fouled off the other way. So fouled off left, fouled off right. Duke is trying to get something in between. Bryce Kellum on deck. Here's the Netterville pitch. Fouled off again. Duke is struck out on the first, ground out to first in the third, to short in the fifth. Grounds this one to short. And it's whipped over to first by Robin. 6-3 goes the put out, but 3 runs are in. And Sports U by 3 as we head to the bottom of the 6th.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with the desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn.
Bottom of the 6th gets underway, and Brennan Deast is starting. Jay Zorns and Nathaniel Robin, 2 up in the inning as well. A 3-run top of the 6th. Ground foul by Deast, who has walked and singled. Still time to get to the 7th. Unofficially, about 15 minutes left in the 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. Jay Zorn's on deck. A couple of strikes on Deast, who walked in the first, singled in the third. Sumner, who came into the game in the third, now working the 6th. That is hit pretty well towards right field. That's going to sail over the head of Strecker. And actually, that's O'Neill now playing in right. Deast will deliver with a double to begin the 6th. Eighth hit of the game for the Bandits. Jay Sorn's next. Zorn's 0 for 2 in the game. Nathaniel Robin to the on-deck circle. 79-mile-an-hour pitch. Got the outside part of the plate with a spin rate of 20.75. Bandits hoping to put together a bottom of the 6th like the Sports U. Top of the inning. On the inside part of the plate, and out goes Zorns looking. And for Sumner, that is strikeout number 4 in the game. One out for Nathaniel Robin. Robin with a couple of singles. Had one in the first, one in the 4th inside with a pitch from Sumner. One of the singles off starting pitcher Guerra, the other off Sumner. Riley Scuderi to the on-deck circle. Sumner giving a look to Deast. And then he's going to doink Robin. Hit by the pitch, goes to first. Tying run coming to the plate in the form of Scuderi. Scuderi is ground out and singled, 1 for 2. Tying run to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th with 1 away. Chopped foul towards third. 7th for Sports U starts where 6th did. And that is Bryce Kellum beginning it. Aiden Strecker and Aiden Warren due up in the inning, too. That is a base hit on the infield. Throw coming to the plate. In to score is Deast. 2-3 goes Robin. Scuderi on at first. And it's a 6-4 game. Just a little infield shot. Gray able to get to it before it went into left field, but not able to get it to the plate to get Deast. And now you got the tying runs on and the go-ahead run at the plate in the form of Roman Larry. Chop towards short, possibility of 2. Quickly to second, throw to first. Won't get the second, or actually third out, or the double play. A run does come in. Larry wrapping into the 6-4. And Larry picking up the RBI. Aaron Lewis to the plate. on the outside part of the plate to Lewis, who has walked and struck out. Well, I'm thinking we still have time to get to the 7th. Unofficially, about 10 minutes left on our clock. That is chopped over in the direction of third. Little trouble getting it out of the mitt. Able to get back safely at second is Larry. And Lewis is on at first. Kellum struggled just a tad at third, trying to get the ball out of the mitt. Regardless, I think Lewis would have been on. And you got a couple of runners aboard as Matthew Benura comes to the plate. Looks like Brody Dugas has checked back in at second. Benura 0 for 1 in the game. He has walked and ground out to short. Tying run in second. Base hit likely knots the game up. Benura walked in the second, ground out to short in the fourth. And he will deliver with a single into center field. That will ricochet off of J.L. Malbrew. And check that. You've got Aiden Ward now in center. And it's a guarantee that the run comes in. Looked like he was there quick enough to maybe deny Larry an opportunity to come in. The bobble in center will allow the run in. So a base hit and an E8. And a 6-6 game. And now you're looking at the possibility of the game ending in the bottom of the 6th. As we have consumed substantial time, and now Sumner coming out of the game, and that may guarantee with our warm-up period that we won't have a 7th when it looked like we might.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Knotted up at 6 with a potential winning run at third. First pitch popped up to third, and there the catch is made. And I believe that is Everett Gibbs now playing third. And that's going to be your ball game. So Richard with a fly out. And the game will end in a 6-6 tie. As we put the finishing touches on your numbers. And I think I've got what you need. For both teams, 6 runs. Sports U getting a run in the second, 2 runs in the third, and 3 runs in the sixth. Committed a couple of errors and got 6 hits, stranding 5. For the Bandits, 6 runs. 1 in the first, got 2 in the fourth, and tacked on 3 in the sixth. And will produce a total of 11 hits, do not commit an error, and will strand 8. And there's your final score. 6-6 tie, Bandits and Sports U 18. We are a game in. At about 12:15, game number 2 of our 5-game slate. We'll leave the cameras up. We'll pod the audio down. Don't want to make YouTube and all the copyright concerned people concerned. So we'll pod the audio down, leave the camera up, link live, and we'll see you at 12:15 for more baseball here on JockJive. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Game number 2 of our 5 to be played on a Friday, 4th day of July. Connor Welch with the fly out to Jace Terrebonne in center field, and there is one pitch and one away. And the ball game getting underway right on time at 12:15, which means a 2:05 roughly ending would be 1 hour and 50 minutes. Connor Welch, the one guy for Star Scout 17. Cole Schmidt at the plate hitting second. Mason Olivier, the 3-hitter. Julian Alvarado batting 4th. Evan Dozat is the 5 guy. Joe Udo is hitting 6th. Eli Rodriguez is the 7-hitter. Gavin Shawn batting 8th. Cade Pearson 9th. And Mason LeBlanc is your 10-hitter. Grant Porsche getting the start on the hill. Meanwhile, behind the plate for the Blue Jays, I'm not quite sure. Could be a 16. That would be Hunter Truxillo. The starting lineup card did not provide positions. Numbers and names, not positions. And, of course, with the catcher, you got that chest protector that has the straps coming across the back, so difficult to pick up the numbers, either a 15 or 16, which would be a Nicholas Koroski or a Hunter Truxillo. And you got a walk given to Cole Schmidt. So a base runner aboard. Still trying to figure out who first is. But in second, Parker Robichaux. Bryce Cunningham at short. Third baseman is Jalen Brown. And in the outfield, it is Taj Bonet. In left, Jace Terrebonne in center. And the right fielder is Nicholas Karaski. 1 aboard, 1 away. Mason Olivier to the plate. Game number 2 of 5 as that pitch is inside to Olivier. Grant Porsche getting the start on the hill for the Blue Jays 19. On a warm day in Hammond, Louisiana. 88, but feels like 92. Running is Schmidt, and he'll be in with a stolen base at second. UV index is 10 and very high, so if you're going to be sitting in the stands watching baseball today here at Alumni Field, just a recommendation. Bring along the copper tone. Don't want you blistering. Later on today should warm to 92. A little bit high with the pitch to Olivier. Winds are out of the northwest at 4, gusting to 8. Sunsets at 8:08. 63% humidity. As you got back-to-back walks of Schmidt and Olivier. And that'll be enough to get Coach out of the dugout to come have a conversation with Grant Porsche. Start of the game with a 1-pitch at-bat for Welch, flew out into center field. But then back-to-back walks of Schmidt and Olivier. And Julian Alvarado coming to the plate. It is warm, as I mentioned. 88 feels like 92, but that's not what it feels like on that artificial turf. It is very warm. Julian Alvarado, followed by Evan Dozat. "20-mile visibility, 63% humidity. Temperature is 3 degrees above what it typically is on the 4th of July. That will be a stolen base by Schmidt, and the throw into left. Then we'll get Schmidt in. So a stolen base and an E2. Stars count 17 with the first run of the game. Opening game ended in a tie, 1 hour and 50 minutes after it began, and 6 innings in. Both Sports U18 and the Bandits had 6. On the outside part of the plate to Alvarado. So 1 game in, and it's a tie contest, and 1 each at 6 each, meaning both teams leave 0-0-1. Low and away with a pitch to Alvarado. Well, there's a pretty good crowd here, but they have found the shady spots. If you get underneath the bleachers, there's some shade created. In the bleachers, not so much. So I'm looking around and I see 1 in the bleachers below me, and I can see what you see from center field with a handful of folks sitting underneath the Southeastern banner. The rest camped out underneath the bleachers. Speaking of out, there goes Alvarado. And there's 2 gone as Olivier will take third on the steal. Evan Dozat, followed by Joe Udo. Here in the top part of inning number 1, that will be delivered into left field. Dozat with a base hit that drives in Olivier. And Stars take a 2-zip lead. Joe Udo coming to the plate. Inside with a pitch to Udo. Eli Lodrick moving to the on-deck circle. On the campus of SLU, Southeastern Louisiana University. Udo a little bit behind the pitch. And just across the way, I see Strawberry Stadium, home to the Lion football team. Part of the Southland Conference. As that is delivered into right but foul. Couple of base runners on, bases make that in. Bases are cleared. Dozat on it first. After the single that brings in the second run of the inning. Schmidt came in on the error. Olivier on the Dozat single. Udo trying to extend the top of the first. Outside with a Porsche pitch. Couple of UBO teams, Blue Jays and Stars. Fouled back by Udo. 76-mile-an-hour pitch with a 1665 spin rate. Here's the pitch, Porsche to Udo. That is popped up shallow center field. Terrebonne able to get underneath for the out. Goes out left on, but 2 runs in. And Stars take a 2-zip lead to the bottom of the first.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Fye-Sackerly with 2 gone. Fye-Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
Bottom of the first gets underway. Chase Terrebonne will start it. Parker Robichaux batting second. Bryce Cunningham is the 3 guy. Taj Bonet batting 4th. Hunter Truxillo is the 5 guy. Peyton Benzina batting 6th. Jalen Brown 7th. Kerry Amon is the 8 hitter. And Nicholas Karowski batting 9th. Julian Alvarado getting the start on the hill for Stars. Behind the plate is Joe Udo. Here is the pitch to Terrebonne. It is a little bit high. Just notice there is not a first baseman listed. There is a first baseman playing for Stars, but on the lineup card, actually, that might be Harper Oncal, who is at first. And you got a walk given to Terrebonne. And the Blue Jays with a base runner on. And yes, that is Oncal, who is playing first. Not a hitter, but he is a fielder, at least at the moment. Throw over to first, got away from Oncal, but not far enough to convince Terrebonne to take off for second. At second, Cole Schmidt for the Stars. Shortstop is Mason Olivier, the third baseman, Cade Pearson. Evan Dozat is in left. Center fielder Connor Welch, and the right fielder is Eli Loderick. Parker Robichaud with a base runner on. Nobody out of the bottom of the first. Terrebonne takes off, and he'll be in with a stolen base. So a base runner at second. Bryce Cunningham to the on-deck circle. That is popped up towards center. Connor Welch coming in a few to make the catch, and Terrebonne holding at second. Except with the throw getting away from your third baseman, Cade Pearson, and that allows Terrebonne to go on over to third. So that will be an E8. So the fly out by Robichaud, the advance by Terrebonne on the error. And there is one away from Bryce Cunningham. Taj Bonet to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit high with the pitch to Cunningham. Lottery, Gavin Shawn, and Cade Pearson in the top of the second. That one is popped up to left field. Dozat with the catch, tagging from third, Terrebonne. And he will hold on the strong Dozat throw. Two gone for Taj Bonet. Blue Jays trying to at least get a run. Got that lead in half. Here in the bottom of the first, floated towards Dozat. He'll drift back a few, make the catch. Bonet with a flyout. Terrebonne left on. Stars by 2, going to inning 2. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Top of the second gets underway. Eli Lodrig, followed by Gavin Shawn and Cade Pearson here in the top of the second. I think this is week number 7 of our coverage of Showcase Series Baseball. With 3 to go. Next week in Mobile, following week in Pensacola, last week in the month in Orange Beach. But that's not all the baseball we've got here on JockJive. Cal Ripken World Series, Babe Ruth World Series, Dixie Baseball World Series. Fall ball coming up with Prime 9, and we're thinking with the Showcase too. Ground to short, Cunningham's got it. Out will go Lodrig. 6-3 put out is out number 1. Gavin Shawn to the plate. Cade Pearson to the on-deck circle. Gavin Shawn, one more E than Neil Shawn. Gavin's last name spelled S-C-H-O-E-N. Neil Shawn, S-C-H-O-N. Wait a minute, you're asking who Neil Shawn is? Journey, guitarist, founding member. Yeah, that Neil Shawn. Journey, the group. Not Journey, the trip from one side of the country to the other. Outside with a pitch to Shawn. I think Journey's been at it 50-plus years. Still filling stadiums. On the outside part of the plate, out goes Shawn. 2 gone here in the second. Strikeout number 2 for Porsche. And Cade Pearson coming to the plate. Mason LeBlanc moving to the on-deck circle. 2 gone, nobody aboard, top of the second. Opening game ended 6-6. And, of course, more baseball to come. 3 more to be played. And all of the information Showcase Series related on the app that you can get anywhere you get apps. And if you don't have one, shame. Such a great resource for keeping up with everything that is related to the Showcase. Like a 2:30 game between Mississippi 18 and Stars 18. Or a 4:45 matchup between Mississippi Scout 16 and Ace Academy Scout. Or the nightcap here at 7 o'clock between the Louisiana Mississippi J16U and UBO Henry. On the inside part of the plate to Pearson. And if you get the app, you'll know that there are other venues being used this weekend here in the Hammond area. Albany High, Denham Springs, and Southwest Mississippi. And you will also know that there are other showcases, like at Troy University. Popped up on the infield. Calling for it at second is Parker Robichaux, and Pearson flies out.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Bottom of the second gets underway. Hunter Truxillo will start it all. Peyton Vazina and Jalen Brown due up in the inning as well. 1, 2, 3 go the Stars in the top part of the second, as that is swung on and missed by Truxillo. 77-mile-an-hour pitch from Julian Alvarado. There is another swing and miss. And a couple of strikes on Truxillo. And again, another 77-mile-an-hour pitch. Peyton Vincina on deck. High with the pitch. Well, I apologize to viewers in game one, might as well in two. Got a raspy throat thing going on. Didn't know I had a raspy throat, and I don't talk much. Of course, my wife would argue otherwise, but I'm thinking I don't talk much when I'm not doing this, so I didn't realize that there's some apparent wear and tear, a little raspiness. 2-2 pitch to Truxillo. Swing and a miss, and Alvarado will pick up his first strikeout of the game. But, you know, that raspiness worked for Kenny Rogers. It worked for Lee Greenwood, Rod Stewart, Kim Carnes, on and on the list goes. So maybe it'll work for me. I know what you're thinking. Yeah, but they had talent. Okay, that's true. Peyton Vincina and Jalen Brown. One away, bottom of the second. Hammond, Louisiana. Community of about 22,000. Ground to second, over to backhand to Schmidt, goes to first, and out goes Vincina. And there's two away for Jalen Brown. Kerry Amon moving to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit inside to Brown. High and away with the offering to Brown. Bottom of the order, top of the order two when you get to the top of the third for Stars. LeBlanc, Welch, and Schmidt all due up in the inning. I read recently that an artificial turf can be up to 75 degrees warmer. Now, I was thinking 10, 15, but as much as 40 to 75 degrees warmer than the actual air temperature. Outside and a walk given to Brown. So needless to say, it is warm on that turf. I went down to get starting lineups between games. There was just a noticeable difference when you step onto the turf versus off the turf. Inside with a pitch to Hammond. But thankful I am situated in an air-conditioned booth on a hot 4th of July. Olivier coming out to the bump to have a conversation with Alvarado. Runs the count 2-0 on Hammond after the walk of Brown. And the body language of Alvarado suggesting maybe that heat is troublesome. It obviously could just be me reading it, but just bumping off the backside of the hill and picking up that towel, wiping the brow. 3-1 the count. Nicholas Karowski to the on-deck circle. Able to get back safely at first is Brown. And again, a big thank you to Coach Taylor. That look from center field, pitcher to hitter. It's because he found a ladder. As that one is lifted out of play. In the top rung of the ladder, and my 6 feet got me to just the top of the roof of a building behind center field. And that got you that pitcher to hitter look. Off and running is Brown. No need. Hammond is walked. And back-to-back walks have a couple of runners on. And Coach coming out and have a conversation with Alvarado after the walk. Nicholas Karowski to the plate. Jace Terrebonne moving to the on-deck circle. Extended conversation between coach and fielders there on the bump. Conversation over. Back up onto the hill, Alvarado. To the plate, Karowski. Couple of base runners on, 2 gone. Stars needing an out to wrap up the second, go to the third. Blue Jays needing a base hit to get rid of that goose egg. Low pitch coming into Karowski. Low and away with the pitch to Korowski. There is one hitter now about 36 minutes into the game that has not seen live pitching in this game. And that's the guy we will see in the top of the third, Mason LeBlanc. That is fouled away by Korowski. Got some Major League Baseball underway today. As a matter of fact, I think that's the only sport. NBA's done, NHL done, college baseball done. WNBA doesn't play until tomorrow. So the only thing today, baseball. But isn't that the way it's supposed to be? Baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet? All right, what about baseball, hamburgers, cheesecake, and GMC? Nothing against Chevy. Got a Chevy van. Those Chevy vans are very good. You know, just making some variations to the slogan. Check swing, he went. Or if he didn't, it was right down the middle out. We'll go Korowski. Two are stranded. No damage done by the pair of Alvarado walks as we go to the third.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Top of the third, bottom of the order, Mason LeBlanc starts it. Connor Welch and Cole Schmidt due up in the inning, too. I mentioned Major League Baseball, the only thing that's going on today, and then didn't pass along any scores. Hit to deep short, fielded by Cunningham. That'll be an infield single for LeBlanc. Second Stars base hit of the game. And a runner on as we go back to the top of the order. Connor Welch coming to the plate. One final. Red Sox knock off the Nationals 11-2. And got another game in progress. Reds and Phillies knotted up at 3 in the top of the third. Fouled away by Connor Welch. All-Star game coming to Atlanta. I think that's not this. Yeah, it is next week. Somewhere around the 11th. Into the dirt. LeBlanc going to get back. He will. Got way off the bag at first, and there was an opportunity for the pick, but able to get back safely. Welch with a fly out to center field in the first. Back to the plate here in the third. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Let me check and see if we got any subscribers this morning in the first game. 1. We need 51. We had 52 shy of 6,900. Now we're 51 shy. So if you haven't already signed up, man, would it just tickle us to no end. And it's not like a big process. There's a subscribe button and click on it. That's it. Don't have to fill out any paperwork. Don't have to put in any credit card info, any background info. Outside and a walk given to Connor Welch. I mean, that's it. Just a 3-second process of clicking the mouse. Coach coming out and it has looked as if he is going to go to the pen with the indications to the bullpen, but let's see if we indeed will have Porsche out and a new guy in. All those looks to the dugout may have just been in response to conversations on his way to the hill. And Porsche will stay. Facing Cole Schmidt with 2 on and nobody gone in the third. But if you'd subscribe, we'd be tickled. Well, thank you in advance. Porsche facing Schmidt for the second time. Schmidt with a walk in the first. One of 3 walks in the game for Porsche. On the outside part of the plate to Schmidt. That had the corners charging in. And that is Micah Porsche, I believe, at first. Micah Porsche from Arca. That's the high school he attends, primarily a catcher. But today being used as the first baseman. Count runs to 2-1 on Schmidt. Schmidt has scored one of the 2 Stars runs. Walked in the first, stole a couple of bases, came in on an E2. Bunted right towards third. Porsche will get it, fires over to first. Too tall with a toss, and everybody's safe. So it is loaded up, you know the odds. Bases loaded, nobody gone. Typically a run comes in. Not necessarily true in every instance, but in most. Mason Olivier to the plate. Olivier with a walk, a stolen base, and a run scored. Driven in by Evan Dozat. Porsche high and away with the pitch. Just a little bit inside with the offering. It is 2-0, 67 mile an hour Porsche pitch. Julian Alvarado to the on-deck circle. Just a bit outside. We are a little better than a month away from the start of football season. And right now, we've got Bayside Academy back, Georgia Military College back. And anticipating more. 3-1 to Olivier. Swing and a miss. Count runs full. It was a big pitch for Porsche. Needed that one, got it. And the count runs full on the 3-hitter. Bases loaded, top of the 3rd. Fouled back by Olivier. Top of the order, bottom of the inning. Blue Jays sending Terrebonne, Robichaux, and Cunningham to the plate. Here's another payoff pitch to Olivier. That's high, that's away. A walk brings in a run. LeBlanc scoring from 3rd. And it is still loaded. And where the Blue Jays are concerned, you got to believe this is the guy Porsche's got to get. If he wants to stay on that bump, high and away to Julian Alvarado. Evan Dozat is on deck. Outside of the strike zone, 2-0, big pitch coming up. And you can see the frustration in the Porsche body language. Here is the 2-0 pitch to Alvarado, who struck out in the 1st. Outside with the pitch, 3-0. The walk of Olivier has already brought in a run. And Alvarado likely takes on a 3-0. Into the strike zone, 3-1. One, 2, and 3 in the Blue Jays order when you get to the bottom of the 3rd. That is shot foul over towards left. That's a high fly ball towards center. Terrebonne able to get to it. Holding at 3rd is Welch. And Alvarado with a fly out for out number 1. And if you were Porsche and you could minimize the damage to a single run in the inning, consider it somewhat of a victory. Hammond Dozat next, had an RBI single in the 1st. Pat Kennelly Diamond at Alumni Field here in Southeastern Louisiana. Seats 2,500. Upstairs with a pitch. Pat Kennelly, by the way, served as athletic director and head football coach, baseball coach as well, as that is sent to second. And you got the double play. What a play by Parker Robichaud. Stepped on the bag at second to get Olivier. Fires over to first to get Dozat. And a single run will score as we head to the top of the order in the bottom of the third.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Top of the order begins the bottom of the third. Jace Terrebonne, followed by Parker Robichaud and Bryce Cunningham. Terrebonne with a walk, a stolen base, but stranded at third in the first. Could have been worse for the Blue Jays, better for the Stars. One-run plates in the top of the third. LeBlanc coming in on the bases loaded walk of Mason Olivier. Three and 0 the count on Terrebonne. Alvarado has walked 3. Terrebonne in the first, Brown and Amon in the second. A little bit high with the pitch. Terrebonne will get his second walk of the game. And for Alvarado, it's his fourth. Blue Jays with a base runner for Parker Robichaud. Bryce Cunningham to the on-deck circle. We are not quite an hour in. Right at 55 minutes, which means about the halfway point with 55 to go. That'll go behind Robichaux, and we'll get Terrebonne to second. And then the throw into center field will move Terrebonne on to third. So a wild pitch and an error, moving Terrebonne from one corner to the other. And he's there with nobody out. Activity in the Star Scout pin, and let's see if that activity will begin to make its way towards the diamond. That is Trey Hawk, who is in the pin warming up. And for the moment, it appears Alvarado stays on the bump. Hawk stays in the pin. Robichaux with a fly out to center field in the first. Bryce Cunningham on deck. Blue Jays with their potential first run of the game 90 feet away. Here's the Alvarado 2-1 pitch. Ground toward short. That will bring in the run. Olivier over to first. Got it there in time to get Robichaux, but in is Terrebonne. And the Blue Jays on the board. Robichaux picking up the RBI. One away, Bryce Cunningham next. Taj Bonet to the on-deck circle. Opening pitch just a little bit inside for ball one. This facility got a facelift in 2011. That included a new indoor hitting facility. And the diamond dedicated to Pat Kennelly in, I believe, 2006. And that was posthumously, passed away in 2000. Walk given to Bryce Cunningham. Well, it was a walk that eventually led to the first Blue Jay run. And now you got another walk. That is walk number 5 issued by Alvarado. And Taj Bonet to the plate. Hunter Truxillo moving to the on-deck circle. Off the end of the stick, foul. Coach Pat Kennelly, 25-43 in football, 231-80-4 in baseball here in Southeastern Louisiana. And playing football here in 46. Going is Cunningham, and he'll get tagged down. What a shot. Thrown down by Udo. Right where it needed to be for Olivier to lay the tag on Cunningham. And there's 2 gone for Taj Bonet with an even count at 1. And that's going to hit Bonet. Tried to get out of the way and couldn't. Bonet on. Hunter Truxillo coming to the plate. I think Bonet putting on a little act on the way down to first. It smarted a bit, but didn't cause the limp. Truxillo struck out in the second. And he will send that one foul here in the third. Couple of quick strikes on Truxillo. Peyton Benzina to the on-deck circle. Udo, Lodrig, and Sean when you get to the top of the fourth for Star Scout 17. High and away with the pitch to Truxillo. Well, it happens again. Got another hit batsman. And another base runner getting aboard. And you got another visit to the bomb. And it will come within the same inning, which will mean the exit for Alvarado. So Alvarado will leave with a couple of base runners on. And there's what got him his exit papers. So a couple of base runners on, the new pitcher. It's all when we return.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Couple of base runners on, two gone, bottom of the third. And Trey Hawk is the new pitcher. Julian Alvarado works 2 2/3, faces 14. 2 strikeouts, 5 walks, no hits. Allows a run and leaves with 2 on. Peyton Benzina next. Jalen Brown to the on-deck circle. Hawk trying to wrap up the inning. Send it to the fourth when Udo, Lodrig, and Sean will come to the plate. Double steal, and both runners advance. Monet to third, Truxillo to second. Swing and a miss by Benzina, and that will do it for the inning. So Hawk comes in, does his job, leaves 2 stranded, and sends us to the 4th.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Top of the 4th gets underway. Mid part of the order. Joe Uno will start it. Eli Lonerig and Gavin Shawn due up in the inning 2. I mentioned Alumni Field and Pat Kennelly Diamond seats 2,500, the largest crowd, 3,747. LSU came here in 2014 in this park that holds 25. Had what? 1,251 more than capacity. I wonder where they put them. There is a parking garage beyond center field. I'm thinking that some folks watched from there. Probably brought in some additional bleachers and maybe gave a little viewing area in right. But there's just not a lot of extra space to stick another 1,250. Udo sending that one into right field. Leadoff base hit. Second consecutive inning. The Stars have led it off with a hit. And that's their third of the game. Base runner on for Eli Lodrick. Gavin Shawn to the on-deck circle. Shoved over towards short. Cunningham's got it. Goes to second for one. Throw on to first. It won't get 2. So the 6-4 will get the lead runner. But on at first is Lodrig. And Gavin Shawn coming to the plate. their football stadium, Strawberry Stadium, which is beyond center field, has a capacity of 7,400. With an average fan attendance of about 4,000. Gorgeous campus, though, nestled here in, I guess, the northern part of Hammond. Low and inside with a pitch to Sean, who struck out in the second. Cade Pearson to the on-deck circle. When you get to the bottom of the inning, it will be Brown, Amon, and Karowski all to up. Opening game did not go 7. The 1 hour, 50-minute time limit cut us off at 6. And if this game stays on the current pace, it's not going 7 either. Heck, it might not get 6. Yeah, I'm thinking 6 probably. On the outside part of the plate, and out goes Gavin Shawn. And Grant Porsche will pick up his third strikeout of the game, 2 of which have been Shawn. Fouled back to the screen by Cade Pearson. Mason LeBlanc to the on-deck circle. Fouled off by Pearson. Not supposed to be any rain today, and we're hoping that it's going to be a day like it's not supposed to be. On the inside part of the plate, back-to-back K's Porsche. Striking out Shawn and Pearson, leaving Lonrig on.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Bottom of the fourth, Jalen Brown to start it. Kerry Amon and Nicholas Karowski. 2 up in the inning, 2. A 4 up, 3 down, 1 left on top part of the fourth. Sends us to the bottom part of the inning. Brown with a walk, Hammond with a walk too. They came back-to-back in the second. That was when Julian Alvarado was pitching. Now you've got Trey Hawk. A little bit of a breeze beginning to pick up here in Hammond as you got a swing, miss, and tagged. Going to first is Brown. And Hawk has faced two and fanned both. Kerry Hammond is next. Nicholas Karowski to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the order in the top of the fifth for Star Scout 17. A little bit outside with the pitch to Hammond. And don't forget about downloading that Showcase Series app. It keeps you updated on this weekend and every weekend in the Showcase. Next week, it's Central Alabama, Northwestern State University, University of New Orleans, University of Houston, and the University of South Alabama. We will be at South Alabama. Following week, Nicholls State, University of Houston, and the University of West Florida will be in West Florida. And the last weekend in the month, and the last weekend of summer showcases at Alvin Community College in Orange Beach. And we will be at Orange Beach. Right back up the middle. Hawks got it. Couple of steps to first in the throw. Hammond out on the 1-3. And there's two away for Nicholas Karowski. Jace Terrebonne moving to the on-deck circle. Karowski struck out in the second. Jace Terrebonne on deck. A little bit inside with the pitch to Karowski. Couple of strikes. LeBlanc, Welch, and Schmidt in the fifth for Star Scout. And on that time limit, about a half hour. Well, I was thinking that was two, but apparently there was one prior. Now two on Karowski. On the outside part of the plate, Karowski strikes out. Bookend strikeouts for Hawk. And Brown to begin it. Karowski to end it in between the ground out by Hammond. Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski.
There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Top of the fifth gets underway. Bottom of the order to lead it off. Mason LeBlanc, Connor Welch, and Cole Schmidt due up in the inning two, and Grant Porsche has persevered. Looked as if he might come out of the ball game after a walk that brought in a run in the third, stayed in, and a good-looking fourth. Only gave up a hit, not a run, and now on the bump in the fifth. Swing and a miss by LeBlanc, who had a single in the third, one of 3 Stars base hits. And let's see if the Stars can make it 3 in a row. Last 2 times, an inning leader has gotten on, but not here. Struck out is LeBlanc. And Porsche has now fanned 3 straight. Top of the order, Connor Welch next. A little bit outside with the pitch to Welch, who was popped out and walked. Flew out in the center field in the first, walked in the third. Cole Schmidt to the on-deck circle. Inside with the offering to Welch. Bottom of the fifth, top of the order for the Blue Jays. That's a little bit high. 3-0. .73-mile-an-hour pitch from Porsche. That's 73 and down low outside of the strike zone. So a 1-out walk. That is walk number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the game for Porsche. And that matches his strikeout total. 5 Ks and 5 walks. Cole Schmidt, one of those walks. Walked in the first. Reached on an error by Porsche in the third. Mason Olivier to the on-deck circle. Going is Welch. Good pitch to run on. It will hop all its way to the screen. And you got a runner in scoring position for Star Scout, trying to get back that run given up on the bottom of the third. And push the lead back out to 3. just a little bit low to Schmidt. Well, none of your 16U games have been completed. As a matter of fact, the only complete game was the one prior to this one here that ended in a 6-6 tie, which means in 18U Pool A, technically, Sports U18 and the Bandits tied for first. But obviously, we are very, very early in tournament play. That is lifted towards center field. Terrebonne coming in, and Schmidt with a fly out. 2 gone with Welch holding at second. Mason Olivier to the plate. Olivier 2 trips to the plate and 2 trips to first. Compliments of Porsche walks. Outside of the strike zone with the opening pitch to Olivier, hitting 74. Porsche's been pretty consistent in that 73 to 76 mile an hour range. Now in at 74 with a swing and miss. Floated towards right field, and it is right to Nicholas Karowski. Olivier with a fly out, Welch left on. Another 4 up, 3 down, 1 stranded, top part of an inning.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the order, bottom of the 5th, Chase Terrebonne starting it. Parker Robichaux and Bryce Cunningham due up in the inning as well. Star Scout 17 with 2 runs in the first, a run in the third. Blue Jays with a run in the third. And you got a 3-1 ball game. Here in the bottom of the 5th, top of the order to the plate. The 1 hour and 50 mark unofficially here at 2:05. It is 1:46. So you got roughly 19 minutes left in your time limit. Popped up to center. Connor Welch there for the catch, and out goes Terrible. One out for Parker Robichaux. Robichaux with a fly out to center field and a ground out to short. 0 for 2 in the game. Bryce Cunningham on deck. A little bit outside with the pitch to Robichaux. Three more games to go, and we'll call it a Friday, the 4th of July. Heading back to the hotel or the house, whichever the case might be, for fireworks or whatever. I didn't bring any fireworks with me, so I guess I'll look out the hotel window. Bryce Cunningham on deck. On the inside part of the plate to Robichaux. Just a little bit inside, and Robichaux given a walk. That'll be the first extended by Hawk. It will be walk number 6 for Stars pitching. And you got a runner at first for Bryce Cunningham. If your baseball player is looking for a league to be a part of that enhances their skills and puts them into some of the best venues in the country, then you need to go to showcaseseries.org. As that is chopped over towards first. That will get over the head of your first baseman on Cal. And that's one of those tough calls. Do you charge an error or do you give a hit? I'm going to charge that as an E3. Sorry, Blue Jays, I know you wanted a hit, and the official scorekeeper may have given you one. But unofficially, no. Taj Bonet coming to the plate. And that miscue will be the Stars' third of the game. Just a little bit outside to Bonet. Fouled back to the screen. Bonet with a fly out, got hit by a pitch. The fly out came in the first. The hit by pitch happened in the third. Hunter Truxillo to the on-deck circle. 6th inning for Stars has Alvarado, Dozat, and Udo all coming to the plate. And as I mentioned, I'm thinking the 6th is in. 15 minutes left in our 150. I was talking about the showcase, by the way. Yep, summer wraps up at the end of July. But then you got fall ball starting in late September. Typically the last weekend or so of the month and running into the first weekend or so in November. A little different format, 2 days of games versus 3. Swing and a miss. And you got to run in and you got runners on. And now caught in a rundown is Cunningham. He'll get back in safely at third. Well, and did Bonet strike out? And apparently so. Bonet with a strikeout. Thought he might have an opportunity to get on with a drop strike 3. I know first was occupied, but Cunningham had already left with a potential steal. But apparently Bonet out number 2. Robichaux in to score. Cunningham to third. And Hunter Truxillo to the plate. Truxillo has struck out and got hit by a pitch. Peyton Benzina to the on-deck circle. Time-wise, unofficially 12 minutes, maybe 13 from that 150. High with a pitch to Truxillo. Three-two game, tying run at third, bottom of the fifth. Fouled back to the screen by Truxillo. Four, 5, and 6 in the Stars' order when you get the 6th inning. Gentle breeze blowing across Alumni Field. Home of the Lions of the Southeastern Louisiana University. High into the air in the direction of center field. And in for the catch is Connor Welch. And Truxillo will fly out, sending us to the top of the 6th.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Top of the sixth, it is Julian Alvarado who will start it off. Hammond Ozot, Joe Udo due up in the inning 2-all, facing a new guy on the hill, Parker Robichaux. Robichaux moving in from second as that is popped up towards Bonet and left. He'll make the catch. And Alvarado out number one. I am thinking the sixth is it. We're about an hour 40-something-ish in. Evan Dozat, 1 for 2 in the game. RBI single and hit into a double play. Robichaux relieving Grant Porsche after 5 innings of Porsche work. Faced 23, 5 strikeouts, 5 walks, 3 hits and 3 runs. Inside to Dozat. Joe Udo to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the inning, Benzina, Brown, and Amon. 6, 7, 8 for the Blue Jays. On the inside part of the plate to Dozat. And the count will run full at 3-2. Sent towards center field. That will drop in as a base hit. And Dozat's got his second hit of the game. It is the 4th for Stars. And a base runner on for Joe Udo. Stars would love to pad that lead a little bit. 1-run advantage. Not particularly comfortable. So Dozat is on. Udo to the plate. Low and away with the offering. Still got a Porsche apparently as part of the battery, though. That is Porsche behind the plate. Micah Porsche. Moving there is Kerry Ahmad. Moves over to first. Eli Lodrig moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with the pitch, and the count goes to 2-1 on Udo. Mississippi and Stars 18 coming up. Running is Dozat, and he'll be in with the stolen base at second. It's now runner in scoring position. And then runner is Dozat. Has 2 of the 4 Star Scout 17 base hits. Udo's got 1 and LeBlanc's got 1. And Dozat's got 2. Inside Udo giving a walk down to first. First walk issued by Robichaux. It is the 6th from Blue Jays pitching. And you got a couple of base runners on for Eli Lodrig. And a runner for Udo. As the punt is laid down, off the bump, Robichaux whips it over to first, gets the out. But the sacrifice moving 2 into scoring position. Welch running for Udo and Dozat. So the sacrifice will go 1-3. And you got a couple of runners in scoring position for Gavin Shawn. Cade Pearson to the on-deck circle. Just, well, I was going to say a little bit high, but apparently into the strike zone with the pitch. Robichaud to Sean. Sean has struck out twice, both times looking, and both times to Porsche. That is into center field. Base hit Sean. It'll bring in Dozat. It will bring in Welch. And with a throw to the plate, Sean takes second. So a couple of RBIs on the two-out base hit from Sean. And that's got Cade Pearson coming to the plate. Pearson with a fly out to second and a strikeout. And for Sean, a runner, Cole Schmidt. So that lead grows from 1 to 3. And the Blue Jays now looking at a hole that is noticeably deeper and still needing to get the final out in the top of the 6th. Running is Schmidt, and he's in safely with a steal at third. So 90 feet away is Schmidt running for Sean. And the count 2-1 on Pearson. Grounds it toward third. Brown's got it. Goes over to first with a throw to get Pearson on the 5-3. A runner stranded, but 2 runs in. And the Stars lead 3 going to the bottom of the last inning.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
We've hit the 1 hour 50-minute mark, so the bottom of the 6th will be it. Peyton Venzina will start it off. Jalen Brown and Kerry Amon 2 up in the inning as well, all facing Trey Hawk, who came into the game in the bottom of the 3rd. Worked all of the 4th and 5th, now working the 6th. Ground to short, fielded by Olivier. He's got it to first, and Venzina grounds into the 6-3. And there is one away for Jalen Brown. Brown with a walk and a strikeout. Walked in the second, struck out in the fourth. Carry Hammond to the on-deck circle on the outside part of the plate with the opening pitch to the left-handed Brown. 78-mile-an-hour offering from Hawk. And it's 0-2 on Brown. Mississippi and Stars 18 coming up at about 2:30. Start time roughly for game number 3. Brown able to get a piece of it and stay alive. Blue Jays would love to get a base hit before wrapping up the ballgame. They would love to get at least 3 more runs. But along the way, would like a base hit. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. And for Hawk, that is strikeout number 5. And Stars pitching his fan 10. Carry Hammond to the plate. Outside with a pitch to Hammond. Hammond with a walk and a ground out at the pitcher. A little bit inside with the offering, and the count goes 2-0. 78-mile-an-hour pitch from Hawk. That is popped back this direction towards the stands. It will get out of play. Two balls, one strike. Hammond with a walk in the second, ground out at the pitcher in the fourth. And the count runs to 3-1. Hawk has walked 1. And the count full. So the Blue Jays down to their last strike and last out in the bottom of the 6th. Three balls, couple of strikes, 2 gone, nobody aboard. 3-run Star Scout 17 lead. And that is high and away, and a walk is issued. So there is life left for the Blue Jays. Nicholas Karowski to the plate. Karowski with a couple of walks. I'll make that a couple of strikeouts. Fan in the second, fan in the fourth. Throw down to first. Able to get back safely is Hammond. Low and inside with a pitch, 2-0. Jace Terrebonne to the on-deck circle. Olivier coming to pay a visit to Hawk. That'll pick me up. Trying to get that elusive last out. Way too far inside. 3-0. On the outside part of the plate, count goes to 3-1. Korowski, the last out in the second and fourth inning with a strikeout. Trying to avoid becoming the last out in the sixth. And the count runs full. Three balls, couple of strikes. Amon at first. Here's the Hawk offering. And that one is fouled off of your catcher. I believe that is Gavin Shawn now catching. Gave a thumbs up to indicate he's okay. Two more Pool A teams in 18U. And the winner of this one becomes the leader in the pool. The loser becomes the cellar dweller in the pool. As Sports 18U and the Bandits have tied. Another 3-2 offering to Korowski. That got the outside part of the plate. And that'll be your ball game. It goes final after 6. And here's a look at your scoring for the Blue Jays. Got a run in the third and fifth. Did not get a base hit. Committed a couple of errors. And leaves 7 on. Meanwhile, for Star Scout, 17. 5 hits, 6 stranded, 3 errors committed, with 2 runs in the first, a run in the third, and 2 runs in the sixth. And there's your final score, 5-2. And there is your leader in the pool now. Star Scout 17 at 1-0. And the Blue Jays at 0-1. Now fall behind the 0-1 Sports U18 and Bandits. 2 in the books, 3 to go. And game number 3, Mississippi and Stars 18, coming up at 2:30-ish. We will see you then. Camera stays live, link up, audio down, as we get ready for a roughly 2:30 ball game.
Southeastern Public Address Emergency System. No action is necessary. This is only a test. This is a test of the Southeastern Public Address Emergency System. No action is necessary. This is only a test. This is a test of the Southeastern Public Address Emergency System. No action is necessary. This is only a test.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back as we get the third game of 5 underway on a Friday, the 4th day of July. Opening 2 games, one was a tie, 6 apiece between Sports U18 and the Bandits, and the last game was a Star Scout 17, 5-2 win over the Blue Jays 19. And here we are with Mississippi 18 and Stars 18 battling it out. Parker Harper stepping in to start it off for Mississippi. Merrick Perry on the hill for Stars. And taking a look at that lineup for Mississippi. Maverick LaCase is the 2-hitter. Braxton Albritton batting third. 4-guy Braden Lee, 5-hitter Blaine Ash. Caden Smith hit 6th. Eli Ritchie 7th. Bryson Faye is the 8-hitter. And Ben Duhan batting 9th. Merrick Perry getting the start on the hill for Stars. Behind the plate is Gabe Samarese. Bryn Ray at first. Second baseman A.J. Lavispear. Shortstop Branson Ray. The third baseman is Preston Babineau. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate to Harper. And Perry will begin it with a K. One out with Maverick LaCase coming to the plate. Meanwhile, that outfield for Stars. Ethan Little in left, center fielder Nate Jenkins, and Jamin Francis in right. Braxton Albritton to the on-deck circle. Low and away with a pitch to LaCase.
This is a test of the Southeastern Public Address Emergency System. No action is necessary. This is only a test. This is a test of the
A little bit inside with the pitch. Got the PA system here saying that a test is taking place. I don't know if that is planned. It happens every Friday at a specific time or every month at a specific time or just has inadvertently popped over the PA. But we know that the test system is working. And had this been an actual emergency, people here would have been instructed where to seek shelter or how to evacuate the facility. Inside with a pitch and a walk given to LaCase. So you got a base runner on, one away. Braxton Albritton coming to the plate. Braden Lee to the on-deck circle. And I might as well do here what I've done in the prior games, and that's say Sorry. Got a raspy voice. Didn't know it was raspy until the first words were uttered in the opening game. And then I was like, something ain't right. But maybe it'll hold for about 3 more games. Fouled away by Al Britton into the church parking lot across the street. If not, then I just might let the camera do the talking. Over to first with the throw. Safely back goes LaCase. Southeastern Louisiana University. Alumni Field. Side of this weekend's Showcase Series in Hammond, Louisiana. $2,500 strong. That's the seating capacity. Nice little crowd here, but they're all seeking shelter, and understandably. Base hit up the middle for Al Britton. And a couple of base runners on for Braden Lee. I mean, why wouldn't you seek shade on a hot July 4th? And taking a look at that weather, by the way. 91 currently, should warm to 92. Feels like 96. And on that field, it feels warmer than 96. Artificial turf has a tendency to be very warm. Wild pitch that gets LaCase to third, Al Britton to second. So a couple of runners aboard, both in scoring position for Braden Lee. Well, the radar indicates we might get a little shower. That is not what we wanted to hear. But the radar indicates that about 5 o'clock-ish might get a little something. Let's hope not. Let's hope that fizzles and goes away. Air quality 52 and moderate, UV index 8 and very high. Winds currently out of the north-northwest at 4, gusting to 8. 8:08 sunset, 56% humidity. 24-mile visibility. Did I mention 56% humidity? And did I mention the moon? About 251,396 miles away. Popped up to the right side. Jamin Francis coming in for the catch. Tagging is LaCase. And he will come in and score on the sacrifice. So Braden Lee driving in a run. And apparently somebody left early. And apparently, well, I'm seeing the run at the moment stay on the board, but that may not stay true. Was it LaCase that left early or Al Britton that left early? If it was LaCase, the run doesn't count. If it's Al Britton, the run does.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Bottom of the first gets underway. Trey will start it off, and that is the only player for whom I do not have a last name, but I'm going to do some cross-referencing to see if I can figure out who our leadoff guy is, full name in its entirety. Meanwhile, the two-hitter is A.J. Lavispear. Bryn Ray batting third, Gabe Savarese fourth. Nate Jenkins is your 5 guy. Popped up to the right side, and there for the catch is Eli Ritchie. And Trey flies out for out number 1. Bryn Ray hitting third. Gabe Savarese is your 4-hitter. Nate Jenkins 5. Jamin Francis hitting 6th. 7-hitter Branson Ray. Ethan Little hitting 8th. Preston Bamino is the 9 guy, and Christian Cooney is in the 10 spot. Diodande. See, that's the good thing about leaving old scorecards and the like in your bag. Blaine Ash knocks it down and gets Lavispear on the put out at first. But in an old scorebook, I see that it is Diodande. Who is the leadoff guy? Man, this is a very good day. Jerry Martinez, who is, wow, is our new Jim Cantori, is also providing grub. Man, I appreciate that very much. Bryn Ray to the plate. Gabe Savarese to the on-deck circle. Here's the lineup for Mississippi 18. Caden Smith pitching. Behind the plate, Braxton Albritton, the first baseman, Blaine Ash. Maverick LaCase at second, shortstop Parker Harper. Braden Lee is at third. In outfield, Bryson Faye. In left, Ben Duhan in center. And Eli Ritchie is in right field. Two gone, nobody aboard. Bottom of the first, scoreless top part of the inning. Check that, 1 run did plate on the sacrifice fly. And that'll find its way into center field and into the mid of Ben Duhan. Ray with the fly out. We played 1, and after 1, the lead is 1.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the second gets underway. Caden Smith will start it. Eli Ritchie and Bryson Faye. 2 up in the inning, 2. In a 1-zip ball game. Mississippi 18 with the lead. In a ball game, by the way, that got a we'll say 2:40 start, which means a 4:30 ending. If you go the full 1 hour and 50 minutes. Ground to third, fielded by Babineau. Over to first with the throw. Ash out on the 5-3. And there is one away. Only professional sport that we are aware of going on today is Major League Baseball. WNBA with a day off. NBA finished. NHL finished. Do have a final in MLB. Red Sox beat the Nationals 11-2. And 3 games underway. Reds leading the Phillies 9-6. Bottom of the 8th. Comes over the Cards 8-1. As that is ground to short, fielded by Ray. He'll go to first to get Smith on the 6-3. That 8-1 Cubs lead over the Cards is at the end of 6. And the Yankees and Mets are tied in the bottom of the 3rd, 2 apiece. Eli Ritchie followed by Bryson Faye. Bottom of the inning, Gabe Savarese, Nate Jenkins, and Jamin Francis. On the outside part of the plate to Ritchie. Just a little bit outside of the strike zone at 81 miles an hour. .71-mile-an-hour pitch with a 17.21 speed rate. Two gone, nobody aboard. Into the strike zone. Out will go Eli Ritchie's second strikeout of the game for Perry, and it's a 1-2-3, top of the second. Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org, and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you. Bottom of the second gets underway. Gabe Savarese will start it off. And Caden Smith opens it up with a strike to Savarese. Nate Jenkins and Jamin Francis. 2 up in the inning, 2. Foul back, and the count goes 0-2. Well, I've updated you on scores. We've talked about the weather. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 4th of July, so we're going to focus on baseball. Pitches a little low to Savarese. I wonder if Gabe is any kin to the Savarese who was the head of the AHSAA, the Alabama High School Athletic Association. I mean, Savarese is not a particularly common name. And I think Steve Savarese just recently retired from the AHSAA. Swing and a miss, and out goes Savarese. One away in the bottom of the second with Nate Jenkins next. Jamin Francis to the on-deck circle. Back in Louisiana. We were here last week in Baton Rouge at LSU, and already we've had more baseball today than any given day at LSU. There was just a ton of rain. And a lot of rain in baseball, not particularly good. Just a touch of rain, okay, you can get away with it. But, you know, biblical proportions of rain, okay, maybe it wasn't that much, but enough rain to prohibit the game of baseball. 1-1 offering to Jenkins, and the count goes 1-2. But it is that time of year where in the afternoon those heat generated just a little bit outside with a pitch to Jenkins. And I call them heat generated thunderstorms. That may be totally meteorologically errant. Back-to-back Ks, Savarese and Jenkins. And there's 2 gone. That'll bring Jamin Francis to the plate. And that is a foul ball towards third. Francis with a fist bump to Blue and the catcher when first coming to the plate. Nothing in one on Francis. Branson Ray to the on-deck circle. 8, 9, and 1 to the plate when you get to the bottom. Make that the top of the third, as that one is floated towards left field. Bryson Fye's got it, and it's a 3 up, 3 down, bottom of the second. Top of the third gets underway. Bryson Fye starts it off. Ben Duhan and Parker Harper coming to the plate as well. Third game of 5 here from Alumni Field on the campus of Southeastern Louisiana University, Hammond, Louisiana. On the outside part of the plate to Fye. Home to Jamie Lynn Spears. At least was at one point. Kim Mulkey. Robin Roberts. It is ground towards third. Babineau's got it. Goes to first with a throw. Gets Fye on the 5-3. And home to the Lions here at Southeastern Louisiana University. I often ponder how schools came up with a mascot name. I wonder why Lions, in a country where they're, or a part of the country, as that is delivered to right field and there for the catch. No longer Jamin Francis. Let's see who that is if he'll turn his back. I can thank you very much. Turn right on cue. And let me know that that is Christian Cooney. Two gone for the top of the order. Parker Harper. But I was mentioning mascot names. Why Lions for a Southeast Louisiana school. I'm sure there's a reason. There is logic. When the mascot was applied, there was a purpose, there was a reason. I just don't know what that reason was. I know the LSU Tigers, and there's no Tigers in LSU, but typically there is not, but now there is because you got Mike. Mike the LSU Tiger. Got that nice habitat. I think it's like 15,000 square feet habitat for the Tiger. You talk about having it made. Kickback about, 7 games, all home games he attends. You go out to the stadium, otherwise you got your own digs. They feed you. Floated in the direction of Ethan Little in left field. He'll back up to make the catch, and out will go Harper for out number 3. Top of the third wraps up scoreless. But it's still a 1-zip lead that belongs to Mississippi going to the Stars, half of the third.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Well, you got a glimpse in between innings of some of the stuff coming up here on JockJive with the showcase. Next week in Mobile, 2 weeks from next week, as that is out in front of the plate. And Branson Ray out on the 2-3. Ethan Little to the plate. Preston Babineau to the on-deck circle. So next week, Mobile, University of South Alabama. Following week, University of West Florida, Pensacola. And in the last week, the showcase at Orange Beach. And that is the last week with the showcase in the summer. Outside with the pitch. Fall ball coming. I have not seen yet where the venues will be, but I'm sure they will post that shortly. Maybe right after the end of summer ball, or maybe just before the end. Floated out of play by Ethan Little. Top of the fourth, Maverick LaCase, Braxton Albritton, and Braden Lee for Mississippi. That is floated in the direction of right field, back onto the grass. Goes second baseman Maverick LaCase. And there's 2 gone for Preston Babineau. Christian Cooney moving to the on-deck circle. Fairly quickly expiring game, at least thus far. The Stars haven't had a base runner. And Mississippi has had 2, but got 1 in and the other out, so nobody's been left on for either team. And we just finished up a low-hit game in which the Blue Jays 19 did not produce a base hit. Christian Cooney on deck, Preston Babineau at the plate. 2 gone and a 2-1 pitch. Just a little bit high and outside. 4th of July. Good to be spending the holiday in Louisiana. Working with the showcase. Got the wife with me as well. Not here, but she's at the hotel. Second weekend in a row that she's been along. Great to have Kim traveling with me. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate to Babineau. That's K number 3 for Smith. Out number 3 in the bottom of the 3rd. We go to the 4th in a 1-zip game.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the 4th, Maverick LaCase starting it off. Braxton Albritton and Braden Lee due up in the inning as well. In a game that, at least at the moment, has got the 7th inning possibilities written all over it. Typically with 1 hour, 50-minute time limit, there's just a tiny handful of games over a weekend that will go the full 7. This could be one of those if we continue at the current pace. The irony to the 7-inning games is they are typically the shortest games, time-wise. Low and away with a pitch to LaCase. 5 games today, 5 tomorrow, 4 on Sunday. Fouled away by LaCase, who has scored the only run of the game. Came in on a Braden Lee sacrifice. Swing and a miss, but Savarese, no idea where it went. Hopped away. That will get the runner on. On a drop strike 3, that is strikeout number 3 for Merrick Perry. So a runner aboard in the top of the 4th. Braxton Albritton to the plate. Albritton with a single in the 1st. He's got the only base hit in the game. And he may have another that is dropped into left center field. LaCase on his way to 3rd. Braxton Albritton at 2nd. Coming home is LaCase. He will score to make it a 2-zip game. So Albritton with both Mississippi base hits and one of the RBIs. And a base runner at 2nd for Braden Lee. And a runner coming in for the catcher, Braxton Albritton. That is Parker Harper, who will run at 2nd for Albritton. Wild offering, getting Albritton to 3rd. Braden Lee with an RBI on a sacrifice in the 1st. Back to the plate here in the 4th. Blaine Ash to the on-deck circle, bottom of the order. When you get to the bottom of the 4th, Christian Cooney will come to the plate for the first time in the game in the bottom of the 4th. A little bit inside with a Perry pitch. Blaine Ash on deck, 10, 1, and 2 in the order for the Stars when you get to the 4th inning. And now you got a balk and another run will score. So the base is cleared on the balk. And Braden Lee with no RBI chance, but he's probably fairly content. The run comes in on the inside part of the plate to Lee. And turns it into a 3-zip game. All of our games prior to this one had been in Pool A in the 18U. And there is a walk handed out to Lee. These two teams out of Pool B And currently in Pool B, you've got Extreme Scout 1-0, UBO Central 0-1. And these two teams vying for the right to tie Extreme Scout atop the division. Fouled away by Blaine Ash. And in Pool A, 18U, it's the Star Scout 17 at 1-0, Sports U 18, and Bandits 0-1, and the Blue Jays 19 and 0-1. $16U baseball don't have any finals yet. So no standings. Or I guess technically everybody's tied for first and last simultaneously. Ash wrapped into a 5-3 in the second. Perry, the left-hander, here's the pitch. It is just a little bit high. 74-mile-an-hour pitch with a 1520 spin rate. Caden Smith to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with a pitch to Blaine Ash. Ash, the first out in the second inning when he ground into the 5-3. Two more games to go. A roughly 4:45 start and a 7 o'clock start. Popped up left side and able to catch up with it in left center field. That was Jamin Francis. Started the game in right, moves over to center, kicks it in, gets the Ash fly ball for out number one. And Lee will go back to first. Caden Smith next. Eli Ritchie to the on-deck circle. Smith ground into a 6-3. He was the second out in the second inning. .69-mile-an-hour Merrick Perry pitch. Outside of the strike zone, and the count goes to 1-0. Hey, don't forget to download the Showcase Series app. What a great resource for keeping up with everything that is Showcase Series related. Everything that happens this weekend. Whether it's here, whether it's Denham Springs, at Albany, or Southwest Mississippi. It's all included in the app. High and away with a pitch to Smith. Plus, if there are weather-related changes, you get an alert. Heck, if there's traffic jams that might prohibit you from getting here in a timely fashion, that's some of the stuff they post as well. Inside to Smith. And while you're signing up for the Showcase Series app, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Fouled away by Smith. Games, highlights, interviews, shows. It's all there. Got a goal of 6,900 subscribers we'd like to hit by the end of the weekend. We need 48 more. Outside with a pitch to Smith. He's given a walk as well. So the two runners on walked, Lee and Smith. And Eli Ritchie coming to the plate, but may not face Perry. Coach coming out of the dugout. Is it to get Perry? $3-0 advantage. Couple of base runners on, one away. Top of the fourth. And in the moment, it doesn't appear as though Perry's coming out. Staying on the bump, and apparently he will stay in the game. Given a vote of confidence, a fist bump. And it'll be Merrick Perry taking on Eli Ritchie. With Lee and Smith on. 1 away and 2 runs in here in the top of the 4th. Time-wise, still got plenty. Got an hour 50 time limit, and we're still inside the first hour. So Brent Doerr's been out to have a conversation with Perry, keeps him in the game. Eli Ritchie, who struck out in the 2nd, coming to the plate here in the 4th. And runners back to where they were. Smith at 1st. Lee is at 2nd. And Smith has gotten a runner in Blaine Ash. Ash running for the pitcher. A little bit low with the pitch to Ritchie. Cooney, Diodande, and Levispear. When you get to the bottom of the 4th for Stars 18, but Mississippi hoping to spend some more time here in the top part of the inning. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Ritchie. Low and inside, runners will hold. And the count goes to 3-0. And if you were Merrick Perry, you might have to get Ritchie to stay in the game. Coach comes out and gives you a visit. If you follow it with a walk of Ritchie, that might be enough to get Coach back out to the bump. Into the strike zone, 3-1 on Ritchie. Here's the 3-1. It is outside, and Ritchie's given a walk. That'll load it up, and that indeed will get Coach out of the dugout to come get Merrick Perry. 3 walks, bases full, 1 away. We're in the top of the 4th in a 3-zip ball game, and a new pitcher coming in for the Stars.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. 2nd one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is Bryn Ray. Merrick Perry will work 3 1/3. Facing 16, 3 strikeouts, 4 walks, 2 hits. Has allowed 3 runs, but is responsible for the 3 on. Here in the top of the 4th, Bryson Faye, followed by Ben Duhan, inside with the pitch from Ray. Bryn Ray coming over from first. Perry plays some first, but he did not go to first. As it is ground to second. Got the 4, 6, won't get the 3. Lee will come in to score to make it a 4-zip lead. And Faye grounding into the 4-6. Smith the third, Faye on the other corner. Ben Duhan to the plate. On the outside part of the plate to Duhan, top of the order. Parker Harper to the on-deck circle. It has been a lengthy top of the 4th. This was a game that looked like it could go 7, but not looking that way nearly as much now. Sam Maurice with an opportunity to make the catch, just didn't realize exactly where the ball was going to drop. And the beneficiary has been Duhan. We'll get another look at another pitch from Bryn Ray. A little bit high with the inside pitch at 70 miles an hour from Ray. Got a couple of base runners on, 2 gone, 3 in. Top of the 4th. Not quite an hour into the game, inside with the pitch to Duhan. Duhan with a fly out to right field in the 3rd. Takes a pitch high and away. And the count runs full. Duhan is the 8th to come to the plate of the inning. Parker Harper is on deck. That is high. And a walk issued to Duhan. That is the 4th walk in the inning. And it is loaded from the top of the order, Parker Harper. Harper has struck out and popped out, 0 for 2 in the game. Maverick LeCase to the on-deck circle. Well, a doink of Parker Harper has got another run in. Hit by the pitch with the bases loaded. It'll bring in Ash running for Smith at 3rd. Faye moves to 3rd. Duhan to 2nd. Harper on at 1st. And the guy who started the inning off is back to the plate, Maverick LeCase. Braxton Albritton on deck. That is popped up but gets out of play into the stands. LeCase has walked and got aboard compliments of a drop strike 3. That's a base wrap into right field. It'll bring in at least 2. Faye's in, Duhan's in. To the corner runs Harper and LeCase on at 1st. And the lead goes to 7-zip. Braxton Albritton to the plate. And we can close the numbers on Merrick Perry. Perry, 3 1/3 innings of work, 16 faced, 3 strikeouts, 4 walks, 2 hits, and 5 runs. Running is LaCase. He's in with a stolen base without a throw with a runner at third, Harper. Lifted into the stands and out of play. Braxton Albritton, a couple of base hits, one a single, the other a double, has driven in a run. That is lifted in the direction of center field. Over to make the catch is Jamin Francis, and Albritton will fly out, but not before a total of 11 go to the plate and 6 come in to score. Bottom of the order, bottom of the fourth. Stars 18, sending Christian Cooney, Trey Diodande, and A.J. Lavispear to the plate. After a 6-run top part of the inning, but only a couple of base hits. There were a total of 4 walks and a hit batsman, contributing to the cause. A little bit outside with the pitch to Christian Cooney. So we are better than an hour into the game and getting our first look at the at-bat for Cooney. Count goes full, 3-2 on Cooney. Sky's getting a little darker. Clouds getting a little more ominous. Not what we were hoping for. Strike 3 and out will go Cooney. Back-to-back Ks got Babineau to end the third, gets Cooney to begin the fourth. But I was looking at that radar earlier, and it did indicate at about 5 o'clock this afternoon, and we are about an hour shy of 5, that there was the possibility of a little precip moving in. It doesn't look particularly nasty nor long-term, but it's out there. Trey Diodande followed by A.J. Lavispear. And actually, this is Merrick Perry batting in the spot where Diodande was. Now, the question is, has he been inserted into the lineup? And I think so. Diodande to the on-deck circle. So Perry has been moved into the 11th spot. And we'll still have Diodande, but he'll bat next. Check swing foul by Perry. Perry, the starting pitcher who came out after 3 1/3. Not originally slated to hit, but coming out of the game and will and strikes out. And Caden Smith now with 5 in the game. And there is 2 gone for Trey Diodande. Popped up in the direction of center field, and there for the catch has been too high. 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the 4th. We go to the 5th in a 7-zip game.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Got a pitch in and out in the top of the fifth. Braden Lee with a fly out to second. Catch made by A.J. Lavispear, and there's one away. Blaine Ash next. Bryn Ray, who came in and worked 2/3 of the fourth, with plans to work all of the fifth. Caden Smith to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the fifth, 2, 3, and 4 in the Stars order. Floated in the direction of left. And Jamin Francis will come over from center field. Say, hey, I'm here. Might as well get it. I think Ethan Little going, let me catch something. And there's 2 away. Caden Smith, 0 for 1 in the game. Has ground out to short, walked, and scored a run. I mentioned it earlier today. Good to be going back to Truist Park, home of the Braves. We were there about 2 weeks ago, as that one is floated towards Little. He'll have a chance to bring this one in. And we are going back to Truist in September, as all kinds of baseball coverage continues on JockJive. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down. And bottom of the fifth, A.J. Lavispear coming to the plate. Bryn Ray and Gabe Savarese due up in the inning, too. On the inside part of the plate to Lavispear. Well, you saw what's coming up. Mississippi Scout 16 and Ace Academy 16. Slated for approximately a 4:45 start. Outside with a pitch to Lavispear. Lavispear ground out to first in the first. Bryn Ray on deck, a 1-2-3, top of the fifth. On the outside part of the plate with the pitch. Here is the payoff to Lavispear. High and inside, a walk given to Lavispear to begin the fifth. That'll bring Bryn Ray to the plate. Ray with a flat to center field. Gabe Savarese to the on-deck circle. Lavispear getting back safely at first. Ray starting the game at first. Came in for Merrick Perry in the fourth pitch. Now, leadoff hitter aboard. That is the first time in the ball game that the Stars have put leadoff on. The Adane in the first flies out. Savarese in the second struck out. Ray in the third ground out. Cooney in the fourth struck out. But in the fifth, Lavispear getting on with a walk. Sliced in the direction of right field. That will drop in as a base hit. And over the course of 2 at-bats, the perfect game broken up, and now the no-hitter. After a walk and a single. Gabe Savarese coming to the plate. Well, Coach asking if anybody wanted to run for Ray, and I guess they didn't. Ray is staying over at first. The pitcher will run for himself. Swing and a miss by Savarese. Nate Jenkins to the on-deck circle. Where the complexion of a game in the game of baseball can change and do so quickly, as that is rolling foul, but barely. Boy, look for a moment as though it may stay fair, but it rolls foul. And Richie opts to let it go, and it was a wise decision. Savarese, a strikeout victim in the second. One of 3 Merrick Perry Ks. Swing and a miss, and he'll go down again, this time in the hands of Caden Smith. And check that. It wasn't Perry that fanned him. It was Smith. Have no idea where I came up with the Merrick Perry option. But you got 2 Caden Smith strikeouts of Savarese. And one away with Nate Jenkins to the plate. Jenkins struck out in the second. And yes, to Caden Smith, who now has a total of 6 strikeouts in the game. On the outside part of the plate to Jenkins. 6th inning for Mississippi has Richie, Fa'i, and Duhan all due up. On the inside part of the plate, Nate Jenkins ducking to get out of the way, and that one finds the strike zone. that's worthy another look as you had Jenkins ducking to get out of the way. We'll take a look after the pitch to Francis. Here's that strikeout of Jenkins. Well, it didn't look quite as much as a duck to get out of the way or as a start to watch the pitch and then kind of lose balance. Runners advance on the wild toss. Francis with a fly out to left field. Branson Ray to the on-deck circle. Jamin Francis from Nish, where he typically plays first, but playing the outfield here. And given a walk down to first, he will go. And the Stars trying to get something out of their busiest inning of the game. Branson Ray to the plate. Well, I'm thinking Brandon Branson are brothers. Both goes to Westminster Christian. One graduates in 24, the other in 27. Or one graduated in 24. And the other will graduate in 27. So that would mean he is entering, and that would be Branson, his junior year. Ray ground into a 2-3 his last at-bat. Dribbled one out in front of the plate that Albritton got and fired down to first. Two outs with the bases loaded, 2-1 the count on Ray. Ethan Little hoping to come to the plate. If he comes to the plate in the inning, there's some runs on the board, and there's runs on the board. Lamaspear scoring. Good job. And then the throw to third, trying to get Ray, will allow Ray to come in. Here comes Francis scoring two, and in safely at third is Branson Ray. 3 runs played. Ray only credited with 1, the other 2 on the error. And it becomes a 7-3 game, and Caden Smith, who had worked a perfect game through 4, struggles a bit in the 5th. And as a result, a new pitcher coming in.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on his 6th.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Blaine Ash is the new pitcher. Caden Smith, who came into the fifth having not given up a hit, not walking anybody, not allowing a run, allows at least 3 in the inning. Gave up a couple of hits and walked 2. Swing and a miss by Ethan Little. Lifted to short and Braden Lee with a catch. Ethan Lee will fly out, leaving a runner on. It stars 18 on the board with a fairly substantive inning. 3 runs will plate. 7-3 your score as we head to the 6th.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap.
One pitch and 1 away. Eli Ritchie with a fly out to first. Catch made there by Nate Jenkins. And Bryson Fiat on the plate. Min Duhan to the on-deck circle. It, by the way, is a 6-3 game. Just officially learned that out in the first inning, or that run in the first inning, where the case came in on the sacrifice by Braden Lee. He is the guy that left early. So that run didn't play. But for Mississippi, it was the 6 runs in the 4th. Right back it goes to Ray. And Faye grounds into the 1-3 put out. So you've now got a 6-3 game with 2 gone. In the top of the 6th, the Min Duhan to the plate. And despite a slowdown in the 5th and 4th, game still got a shot at 7 innings, depending on how long the bottom of the inning goes. Bottom of the inning starts with Babineau. Babineau, Cooney, and Deonde. High into the air in the direction of Nate Jenkins at first, and he'll make the catch. Duhan with a fly out. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the 6th. We go to the bottom of the inning on JockJive.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more. Three more summer weekends with the Showcase Series, and there is 2 of the 3. University of South Alabama in Mobile, Orange Beach High in Orange Beach. And in between will be at UWF in Pensacola. Preston Babineau starting it all. And what about time limits? We are about 15 from that 1 hour 50. And that's an unofficial 15 minutes from the 150. My clock and their clock, they being the officials, could have a different start time. A little bit outside with a pitch to Babineau, who struck out in the 3rd. High and away with a pitch and a walk given to Babineau. So you have got a base runner on.
So when you take the 3 runs that plated in the bottom of the 5th for Stars, and the fact that we learned that one of the Mississippi runs did not count, it's now just a 3-run game. And of course, where this is concerned, it is 18U baseball in Pool B. And either a win helps you stay near the top in the pool, or a loss sends you to the bottom. Just a little bit inside with a pitch to Cooney. Merrick Perry moving to the on-deck circle. Extreme Scout, in the other Pool B game thus far today, beat UBO Central 6-0. So Extreme Scout is 1-0. Winner of this one will stay with the same mark as Extreme Scout, but Extreme Scout is going to remain the number 1 team in the pool because of runs allowed, which is none, and both of these teams have allowed runs. Running is Bamino, and there was a walk. So the walk took the potential play at second out. Cooney walked, and you got a couple of base runners on from Eric Perry. Tying run of the plate, Trey Diodande to the on-deck circle. That's a chopper towards second. The only play is at first. Got Perry on the 4-3 putout, but it acts like a sacrifice. Moves Bavino to third and Cooney to second. Top of the order, Trey Diodande to the plate. He is 0 for 2 in the game with a couple of flyouts. One went to right, one went to center. Ball 1 to Diodande. When this game wraps, every 18U team has had a game under the belt. And then I think we started getting into 16U play. Yep, we got Mississippi Scout 16 and Ace Academy Scout coming up next. And I'll have to check on our nightcap, but I think it's a 16U game too. Fouled away by Diodande, a 68-mile-an-hour pitch. A.J. Lavispear on deck. That is fouled out of play. Unofficially 10 minutes away from that 150. So are we in the last inning, or will we have a 7th? Just a little bit outside. Diodande's been out 1, he's been out 3. First out in the first inning, last out in the 4th. Shot up the middle, that'll be a base hit into center field. Bamino is in, Cooney goes to third. And Diodande has made it a 6-4 game. A.J. Lavispear next. Lavispear with a ground out to first and a walk. And has scored a run. That is sent foul. Tying run on. Go ahead and potentially winning run. Depending on where we are time-wise at the plate. Swing and a miss. In with the stolen base at second is Diodande. Here's the 0-2. And there's 2 gone. That brings Bryn Ray to the plate. Ray with a fly out to center field and a single, 1 for 2. Throw down to second, and that will wind up hitting a diving back in Diodande. On the inside part of the plate, couple of strikes on Ray. Gabe Savarese would be next. Ray 1 for 2, a fly out and a single. He'll drive that one towards the gap. Right center field, it's going to bring in 2. Cooney will score. Diodande scores. Ray winds up at second. Little bobble in center field. He'll try for 3 and get there safely. A double that drives in 2 and the E8 allowing another base for Ray. And it's a 6-6 game. Gabe Savarese to the plate. Go ahead and potential winning run at third, Gabe Savarese. Facing Blaine Ash. Ground towards third. That is dropped at third by Lee. In comes Ray. And that'll be a base runner aboard at first. Coach coming over to go, isn't that the ball game? And he was thinking it was a 2:30 start. It was a 2:38 start. A.J. Lavispear coming in to run for Gabe Savarese. So there is a little time left. And there might be a 7th inning as a result. Count goes to 0-2 on Jenkins. Jenkins 0 for 2 in the game. He struck out twice. Once looking and once swinging. Swing and a miss, and that'll do it for Jenkins. Well, we are right there on the edge of the time limit, but apparently are headed to the 7th.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the seventh, top of the order, Parker Harper to the plate, Maverick LaCase and Braxton Albritton due up in the inning two. If Mississippi scores one, we go to the bottom of the seventh. If they score none, Stars 18 wins it. Ground towards third, fielded there by Babineau. He'll go to first, and out will go Harper. And my apologies, I think I missed my camera. Yeah, I've mentioned it before, I'm the one-man band. And if there's a sour note, I hit it. Don't think I hit the right button to get the camera to your 5-3. My apologies. Outside with a pitch to LaCase. On the outside part of the plate, LaCase has walked, got aboard with a drop strike 3 and singled, driven in 2 and scored 1. Floats that one towards left field. Ethan Little's there. He'll make the catch. And there's 2 away. Stars trying to hold on and win it in their last inning, their last at-bats. Braxton Albritton 2 for 3 in the game. Has an RBI and has scored a run. That'll hit him. And the tying run is on for Braden Lee. And Braxton Albritton coming out of the ball game. Maverick LaCase will check in to run for the catcher. Braden Lee to the plate. Top of inning number 7, Mississippi needing a run. Foul away, 0-1 on Lee. Lee with a fly out, a walk, and a fly out. 0 for 2 in the game. Has scored a run. Blaine Ash to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate, 0-2 on Lee. right back up the middle. That'll be a base hit. Nibbled Bryn Ray, and he's apparently okay, but a base hit for Lee that's got a couple of runners on. And Mississippi bound and determined to send this game to the home half of the inning. Blaine Ash coming to the plate. Ash 0 for 3 in the game. Ground out to third, flew out to center field twice. Count goes even at 1. Ash the first out in the second inning. First one in the fourth, second out in the fifth. Trying to avoid becoming the last out in the seventh. A little bit high and away, 2-1. Caden Smith is on deck. That is fouled off the screen to even the count. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. That's too far inside. And the count runs full. Ray trying to end it here. Ash trying to send it to the Smith at bat. Swing and a miss, and that's your ball game. Two are left stranded, bringing that total left aboard by Mississippi to 4. As we take a look at your final numbers in this one, 4 hits for the Mississippi team. They commit 3 errors. I mentioned leaving the 4 on and got all 6 runs in that single fourth inning. Stars 18, a total of 4 hits, 2 left aboard, no errors committed. And they will get 3 runs in the 5th and 4 runs in the 6th to win it by 1. And we've got 3 in the books, 4th game of the day, slated for roughly a 7 o'clock start. We'll make that 5 o'clock start. Got a last game of the day, slated to begin somewhere around 7 o'clock. But this one has wrapped up and will send us to a 5 p.m. start for our matchup between Mississippi Scout 16 and Ace Academy Scout. Camera stays up, link stays live, audio goes down until the game begins at about 5 p.m. Hey, everybody, welcome back as we get your baseball back underway. Game number 4 on your 5-game 4th of July. J.J. Murriel leading it off for Mississippi Scout 16. Kendall Morrison, the 2-guy. Parker Harper batting 3rd. 4-hitter Braden Lee. Eric Maber hits 5th. Jet Smith 6th. Luke Sonez is the 7-hitter. Cole Bounds in the 8th spot. And Aiden Radasta is batting 9th. Isaiah Daly getting the start on the hill for the Ace Academy Diamond Dogs. Trey Daly's behind the plate. Michael Gray at first. Niall Memezwate. I believe that is right. Memezwate. Memezwatay. At second. Shortstop is Jamarcus Anderson and the third baseman Brennan Miles. In that Ace Academy outfield, as it is swung on and missed, and out goes Murriel. Outfield has got Marlon Thompson in left, Cam Bailey in center, Brian Washington in right. Now a note. Electronics sitting out in the elements on a roof, unprotected. As you got a base hit by Kendall Morrison. You have darkening skies. And if indeed I see what I think I see coming across the way, precipitation, then you're going to see a shot from home plate with no audio for a bit. While I zip to center field, climb a ladder, and pull down some electronics. Just a note, if things go kind of odd looking and you're like, what happened to it? That could be it. Parker Harper with a base runner on. Was kind of hoping this dark cloud that's starting to drift over Alumni Field would just drift on by. As that is fouled away by Harper. But I'm not so sure anymore. One out, one aboard. Game gets a 4:57 start, as that'll go to the screen and allow Morrison to take second. But you see that area to the left? That's the stuff that's a little concerning right now. Now, if it'll go on over to the left and away from us, then we're just happy as a pig in, pig in mud? Is that how the saying goes? Parker Harper with a runner in scoring position. Morrison, Braden Lee to the on-deck circle. That is shot up the middle. That'll be a base hit. Harper will again in. Morrison rounds third, comes in, he'll score. Meanwhile, with the throw to the plate, Harper takes second. So Harper an RBI single, bringing in a run. And Mississippi with a 1-zip lead. Braden Lee to the plate. That is shot foul over in the direction of right field and will get out of play. One out, one in. Eric Maver moving to the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss. Braden Lee goes down. Second strikeout of the game for Isaiah Daly. Struck out Muriel, now fans Lee, and there's 2 away with Harper still at second. Jet Smith moving to the on-deck circle. Top of the first, 4th game of the day, just underway, 1 more to go. And after a number of 18 U's, 3 to be exact, we are into our first 16U game of the day here at Southeastern Louisiana University. A little bit outside with a pitch to Maver. 1 run in, 1 runner on. Outside with the pitch to Maver. Jet Smith waiting his chance next. Daly trying to get out of the inning with just a run plating, leaving Harper on. Chopped foul back in the direction of the catcher, Trey Daly. Got a Daly matchup. Isaiah on the hill, Trey behind the plate. Shot over towards right field. That'll be a base hit from Maver. Will it bring in Harper? Takes the turn. He'll come in to score. RBI single for Parker. I make that for Eric Maver. Then drives in Parker Harper. And it is a 2-zip game. Runner coming in for Maver. That is Braden Lee, who will run over at first. High into the air and out of play with the pitch from Daly. Daly with a glance to the runner over at first. It is ground to second. Mesmezwante cannot handle it. Finds its way into right field. Lee will go to third. Jet Smith on at first. And an error's got runners on the corners. Luke Sonaz to the plate. And immediately off and running is Smith, hoping to draw a throw. Does not. And you got a couple of base runners in scoring position. And you got rain starting to fall. So I am about to put things on autopilot. Head to center field and get some gear, and we'll come back with the rest of your audio and play-by-play when I return. Bottom of the first pitch, Cam Bailey sent to center field. And there the catch is made. Don't have defensive positions, but can see that is Kendall Morrison making the catch in center field for out number 1. In a 4-zip ball game, Morrison, Harper, Maber, and Smith all coming in to score. My apologies, but as I mentioned, being a one-man band means that you've got to take care of the issues that are non-on-air related, and that was the fact that it is raining, though not substantially, but all the electronics in center field were out in the open, unprotected. Shot over towards second, and that is going to be Isaiah Daly on, and an E4 will get him aboard. So as a result of the light rain and the possibility of a little bit more and no protection from center field, had to make a quick run for some gear, so I wasn't spending, thousands later. And of course the rain is going to kind of discombobulate our lens as well, but we'll correct that rainy look. Cam Bailey, the one guy, Isaiah Daly, the two-hitter for Ace Academy. Trey Daly is batting third, and he's the guy at the plate, Marlon Thompson. Four-hitter Michael Gray is in the 5 spot. Brennan Miles batting sixth. Niall Memezwate is the 7-hitter. Gage Berard batting 8th, and Brian Washington 9th. And as I look towards my left, it just looks more rainy as that is sent to left field. And Daly with a fly out for out number 2. Marlon Thompson next. And I don't know that we're going to get a ton of rain, but it's going to be enough to kind of wetten things up. And it's falling fairly solid at the moment. And in saying solid, I'm talking about a light but steady rain. Off and running is Daly, and he'll get in with a stolen base. Throw goes into center, and Daly will take another bat. So 90 feet away is the first Ace Academy run of the game. Marlon Thompson trying to drive that run in. Michael Gray to the on-deck circle. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Thompson. Michael Gray moving to the on-deck circle. Well, was that thunder? If it was, sounded about like a bottle rocket. Shot in the direction of center field. Kendall Morrison there for the catch. Thompson flies out. Daly is left on. That'll be lifted over into center field. There for the catch is Cam Bailey. And J.J. Muriel with a fly out for out number 1. Kendall Morrison coming to the plate. Top of the second on a rainy now Friday afternoon. Reminiscent of LSU from the perspective that rain was not in the forecast. And of course, last week didn't have rain in the forecast and got plenty of it. This week, no rain in the forecast and not a lot of it. With one away here in the top of the second, Kendall Morrison to the plate. And with the rain letting up, we'll see if I can get our lens a little cleaner in between innings. Parker Harper on deck. Fouled back by Morrison. And a single game to go. That game slated for a 7 o'clock start. Of course, this game got underway just a little bit late, so we may see that last game get a little late as well. Walk given to Kendall Morrison. And he'll go to first for Parker Harper. First of our 16 U games here. Have had 18 U all day and into this afternoon. But this and the next 16 U games. Running is Morrison. He'll be in with a stolen base. Braden Lee on deck. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Well, let's see what the weather for Hammond says. Rain stopping in about 20 minutes. As that is popped up, right side. And a nice play at first by Michael Gray. Tagging going to third is Morrison. Harper with the fly out for out number 2. Well, Morrison apparently coming up a little bit gimpy after that slide into third. And will be given the opportunity to try to shake off the pain and stretch out the muscle and try to get back to the running. Bottom of the second, Gray, Miles, and Mema Zwate. That is sent back to the screen, foul by Lee. Well, in looking at the radar, it wasn't a very big patch, but it was a patch nonetheless that came through. And at least at the moment, looks like the stuff behind it has dissipated. So maybe that's the extent of it. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. Lee, fan looking, and a runner is left stranded. 1.5 in, we go to the bottom of the second. Gray, Miles, and Mema Zwate coming up for Ace Academy.
is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down. We head to the bottom of the second. A light rain continuing to fall as Michael Gray steps in and takes the pitch from Aiden Radasta. In a 4-zip game, 4 runs in the first, nothing in the second for Mississippi Scout. Ace Academy at the plate as that is fouled away by Gray. Brennan Miles and Niall Memezwate coming to the plate in the inning, too. Michael Gray, the first baseman from Ace Academy. Taking a pitch a little bit high, a little bit outside from Radasta. Radasta faced a total of 4 in the first inning. 1 got on compliments of the E4 and advanced compliments of the E2. Ground to short. And it is 1 hop to first. Nice. Well, thought it was a nice reception by Luke Saunez, but couldn't bring in the Jet Smith toss. And that'll be scored as a Michael Gray base hit. As the lights begin to come on here at SLU, Southeastern Louisiana University. Started out as Hammond Junior College and then became Southeastern Louisiana College. Hop to second. I'll make that the third, and the throw is a bad one to Braden Lee, or from Braden Lee. And Miles is on. Compliments of the E5. So a couple of base runners on. Third error of the game for Mississippi Scout. Now Memezwate coming to the plate. Gage Berard to the on-deck circle. Game got a 4:57 start, a 6:47 finish if you go an hour 50. As that is delivered into right field by Memezwate, and you got the bases loaded with nobody gone for Ace Academy. A couple of base hits and an error. And Gage Berard to the plate.
representing the tying run. Brian Washington to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate to Berard. Just a drip or two, and we're just about through with the precip that came through. Inside to Berard. That is a base wrap into left field. Berard bringing in Gray station to station for everybody else. So Berard with an RBI single. Gray will score. The bases are still loaded. And coach coming out to have a conversation with Aiden Radasta. Radasta giving up 3 singles. The 4th hitter reaching on an error. And that'll bring coach out to the hill to have a conversation. Brian Washington moving to the on-deck circle. Conversation over. Radasta stays. Faces Brian Washington. Top of the order. Cam Bailey to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate to Brian Washington. Lights on at Alumni Field. One more game to go, 4th game of the day. Little rain shower. What would the South in July be like without a little rain? Put out will go 6-5, but does concede a run. Miles into scoring. Washington picking up the RBI. Berard is at second. Washington at first. It's a 4-2 game. That'll go to the screen. Will it bring a runner 90 feet closer? It will. Berard taking third. Washington second. And now you got the tying run in scoring position. Here in the bottom of the second. Ace Academy trying to recover from that 4-run first. And they wouldn't mind a 4-run second. On the outside part of the plate to Cam Bailey. Bailey with a fly out to center field. Kendall Morrison brought in the Bailey fly out in the first. Off the end of the stick foul. Isaiah Daly moving to the on-deck circle. Right back up the middle, snagged by Radasta, goes over to first, gets the out. But another run is in, as Berard will score from third. So Bailey picks up the RBI. And the tying run moves to third in the form of Brian Washington. little bit high with the pitch to Daly. Daly reached and advanced on an error. Reached on an E4, went to third on an E2. And mix in a stolen base with that at-bat. Trey Daly to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit outside with the pitch to Daly. Well, the rain picking up again. It had gotten very light, drop or two. Now it's back to shower activity. As that is floated in the direction of left field onto the grass goes shortstop. Jet Smith, he'll make the catch. Leave a runner at third, but Ace Academy has trimmed it to a one-run game.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the third gets underway. Eric Maver will start it. Jet Smith and Luke Saunaz due up in the inning 2. Ace Academy with a 3-run second. And taking a 4-zip lead, turning it into a 1-run lead. Ground to third, played nicely by Miles. He'll get it to first. And out will go Maver, 5-3. Jet Smith next, reached on an error, stole a base, scored a run in the first. A little bit outside with the pitch to Smith. Luke Saunaz and Cole Bounds due up in the inning 2. That will get out of play. Just a few drops of rain falling. As that is ground towards third, picked up by Miles He'll go to first, and you got a pair of 5-3s that account for the first 2 outs in the 3rd inning. And it'll bring Luke Sonaz to the plate. Just a little bit outside with the pitch to Sonaz. Bottom of the 3rd, Daly, Thompson, and Gray. 3, 4, and 5 in the Ace Academy order. As that pitch misses, but not by much, 2-0. 76-mile-an-hour pitch. Low and away at 79 from Isaiah Daly. One more 16U game to go, and then we are done for the day. Strike delivered to Sonaz. And Sonaz back into the box. Here's the 3-1. That is lined to short. Nice play on the short hop by Anderson. And it's a 1-2-3, top of the 3rd.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Bottom of the 3rd gets underway. Trey Daly starts it. Marlon Thompson and Michael Gray due up in the inning 2. First pitch, popped up, right side. Is there room? No. On top of the dugout. Giving it a look at first is Sonaz, but doesn't have an opportunity to retrieve. Not much to report on in the 16U standings, and that's because there's only been one game concluded. Blue Jays 16 knocking off Stars 16 10-4. So in Pool A, Blue Jays 16 1-0. Stars 16 0-1. Nobody else is playing. These two teams out of Pool B. Outside with a pitch to Daly. Meanwhile, in 18U, everybody's got a game under their belt in Pool A or B. And though a long way to go, currently in A, Star Scout 17 1-0. Sports U18 and Bandits 0-1. Blue Jays 19 0-1. And in B, Extreme Scout 1-0, Stars 18 1-0. UBO Central and Mississippi 18 0-1. Trey Daly with a fly out to left field in the first. Back to the plate here in the third. Strike three and out will go Daly. And Radasta will pick up his first strikeout of the game. One away from Arlen Thompson. Michael Gray moving to the on-deck circle. Fourth inning for Mississippi Scout. Cole Mounds will start it. Aiden Radasta and J.J. Muriel coming to the plate as well. Count goes to 0-2 on Thompson. Swung in the direction of short. Jet Smith's got it. And he'll get it to first just ahead of Thompson for out number 2. Well, I'm looking at the puddles and the bleachers to see if there are any new drops, and there aren't. So apparently the rain has stopped here in Hammond. Kind of blurred up our camera lens a little bit, but I'll work on that in between innings. Try to get some of the moisture wiped away. Strike delivered to Michael Gray. Gray with a single and a run scored in the second. And it is 0-2 on Gray. Just a little bit outside. Swing a miss, and that'll do it for Gray. 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the third. We go to the fourth in a 4-3 game. Top of the fourth, Cole Bounds starts at Aiden Radasta and J.J. Murillo. You up in the inning as well. Strike three, and out goes Cole Bounds. And Isaiah Daly will pick up his fourth strikeout of the game. One out for Aiden Radasta. Pitcher versus pitcher. Isaiah Daly and Aiden Radasta. Ace Academy and Mississippi Scout pitchers facing one another for the second time. As that one is fouled back behind the press box. On the inside part of the plate, couple of strikes on Radasta. That got the inside part of the plate. Back-to-back Ks for Daly. And that is 5 total now in the game. And has J.J. Murillo coming to the plate. Into the strike zone with the opening pitch to Murillo. Talk about a Isaiah Daly that's settled in. He's now retired 7 straight. Had a rocky first, gave up 4 runs off a total of 4 base hits. But since then, taking care of business. Got 3 out of 4 in the second, all 3 in the third, and the first 2 he's faced in the fourth. Just a little bit low with the offering. That's high, and a walk is issued to Murillo. Well, if you want a runner to get on, talk about all the runners he's got now. So 7 in a row snapped with a walk of Murillo. And Kendall Morrison comes to the plate. Morrison with a single and a walk, a run scored, a stolen base. Low and away with the opening pitch to Morrison. Well, I got all wrapped up in our weather issues. We haven't updated you on Major League Baseball today. Several finals in. Red Sox beat the Nationals 11-2. Reds over the Phillies 9-6. Cubs beat the Cardinals 11-3. Mets over the Yankees in the Battle of New York. And she got a stolen base by Murillo. And final, Mets 6, Yankees 5. Twins beat the Rays 4-3. Mariners over the Pirates 6-0. And the Padres and Rangers playing as we speak. And it's a scoreless game. That'll go to the screen. Murillo to third. Scoreless in the top of the second. And plenty of games still to come. Still ahead. Blue Jays, Angels, Tigers, Guardians, Marlins, Brewers, Braves, Orioles. As you got a walk given to Morrison. Back-to-back daily strikeouts followed by back-to-back daily walks. Rockies and White Sox, Astros and Dodgers, Diamondbacks and Royals, and the Giants and A's still to come. And as I mentioned, probably just about everybody in Major League Baseball's got a game today. I mean, it's not hockey, apple pie, Chevrolet, and what was the other one? Hot dogs. It's not basketball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet. It is baseball, and all the MLB teams getting a taste of it today. Outside with a pitch to Parker Harper. Harper 1 for 2 in the game. He is singled and flown out to first. Ground in the direction of third. Charging in is Miles. Goes to first. Boy, that was just a nice play over at first by Michael Gray. Dug it out, got the out of Harper on the 5-3. 2 runners stranded, and nobody scores. Going to the bottom of the 4th.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org, and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Bottom of the 4th, Brendan Miles flying in towards left field, right near the fence. Catch will be made by J.J. Muriel. And there is one away for Niall Memazwate. And now the combination of cold and heat starting to cover up our windows. We'll see if I can now address the latest issue that is weather related. 5-3 put out of Mazzawante for out number 2. And it's floated back to the screen, Gage Berard. Well, my apologies. We're battling all kinds of weather-related elements. I guess now in press boxes they're going to have to put a defroster. You know, like your car's got. As that goes back to the screen. Berard with a single that drove in a run in the second. No one away with the pitch. Well, after the rain shower came through, we're back to clear skies. Got a good-looking day underway again, as that one is floated towards second. And it'll drop, and you got Berard on. Maybe a miscommunication. Parker Harper coming over from second with the intent to field, where Sonaz thought that it was going to be caught. Parker was planning on fielding and going with the 4-3. But instead it's a Berard base hit and Brian Washington coming to the plate. Fouled away by Washington. A little bit inside with a pitch, and down to second we'll go Berard. In the scoring position, tying run there, Brian Washington, who's already got an RBI on a 6-5. But there's the strikeout of Washington. And Berard will be left aboard. 4 innings in the books. We go to the 5th. It is a 4-3 game. Top of the fifth gets underway. Braden Lee will start it. Floats it in the direction of right field. Brian Washington is there. He'll make the catch, and there's a pitch and an out in the fifth. Eric Maver and Jet Smith due up in the inning, too. A little bit outside with the pitch. 4:57 start, which means we are about an hour 15 in. And in the top of the fifth, Eric Maver, 1 for 2 in the game. He is singled and ground out to third. Sent back to the screen by Maver. Jet Smith moving to the on-deck circle. Top of the order in the bottom of the fifth. Kim Bailey starts at Isaiah Daly and Trey Daly. That's a base wrap into left field. 1 out, base hit. Fifth hit of the game for Mississippi Scout. And a runner in first for Jet Smith. Smith has reached on an error and ground into a 5-3 that is floated to left field. In for the catch is Marlon Thompson. And Smith out number 2. Luke Sonaz next. Sonaz reached and was stranded in the first, ground into a 6-3 in the third. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Sonaz. Cole Bounds on deck. Ground towards first, and there it is, grabbed by Gray, who goes to the bag, gets the out, leaves a runner stranded as we head to the bottom of the fifth.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the order, bottom of the fifth. Cam Bailey starts at Isaiah Daly and Trey Daly. Due up in the inning, too. In a 4-3 game. All of the Mississippi runs in the first, all of the ace runs in the second. Aiden Radasta will work a total of 4 innings. He will face 18. Strikeout 3. No walks, 4 hits, allowed 3 runs. And hands it over to J.J. Muriel, as that will find its way into right field. I think I put Parker Harper up as the pitcher. It is J.J. Muriel. Do I know why I thought it was Parker Harper? I guess maybe because he has an 8 on his jersey with, a 3. And Muriel just a single 8. So it is J.J. Muriel coming in for Radasta. Got a base runner on as Isaiah Daly hits. Tying run aboard on the bottom of the fifth. Still plenty of time for Mississippi Scout to build a lead bigger than the current one, or Ace Academy to overcome the lead and build one of their own. Daly reaching out, poking it foul. Trey Daly is on deck. Swing and a miss, and Daly will strike out. First strikeout of the game for Muriel. It is the 4th for Mississippi Scout pitching. And there's one gone for Trey Daly. On the inside part of the plate. Strike delivered to Trey Daly, who has popped out to left field and struck out. In with a stolen base is Cam Bailey. And the potential tying run now in scoring position. Marlon Thompson to the on-deck circle. Popped up right side, and that will drop in as a base hit. And that tying run is now 90 feet away with the go-ahead run at first in the form of Trey Daly. And a runner coming in for Daly, the catcher. That will be Jamarcus Anderson. Marlon Thompson with a fly out and a ground out, over 2 in the game. Michael Gray to the on-deck circle. Well, looking nice now after the rain showers, so in between games. And I'm kind of giving notice because there is limited time in between games, but I'm going to try to make it out to center field, climb the ladder, get on the roof of the building that's giving you that center field look, and see if we can get pitcher to hitter back. As off to second goes Daly's runner. And that, of course, is Anderson. And now not only the tying run, but the go-ahead run in scoring position. Just a little bit outside to Thompson. That's a high pitch and a walk given to Thompson. Bases loaded with 1 away. And Muriel has filled it up. Thompson at first. Daly's runner. Anderson at second. Bailey at third. And I thought I saw Coach on his way. Yep, he went back to the dugout. But now a return visit to the bump. And this time with the towel in hand. Yeah, after the rain, here's what typically happens. It gets muggy. And it is very warm down on that diamond. And now very muggy. And muggy typically is in correlation with humidity. Let's see if it's gone up any. Yep, it was at 56. It's 62 now. Muriel staying in the game. He'll face Michael Gray. Has the tying run at third and the go-ahead run at second. In the bottom of the fifth, Brendan Miles moving to the on-deck circle. Hey, don't forget, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Trying to grow the numbers. Trying to get to 6,900 by the end of the weekend. And we'll roll away from your catcher, but not far enough to convince Bailey to come in from third. And I believe me, now I got Luke Saunaz behind the plate. Radasta coming off the hill and going to first. And there is the walk given to Gray. That'll bring in the tying run, Bailey. Knots it up at 4 and moves that go-ahead run to third. With still just a single out. That'll go to the screen. Here comes Daly. He will score. Runners, as in Thompson and Gray, move up. And, of course, Anderson was running for Daly. And Ace Academy's got the lead. 5-4 advantage with a couple of base runners in scoring position and still just a single out in the bottom of the fifth. And what Ace Academy is effectively doing, though not by design, they're just trying to score runs, but they're also consuming time. Still time, but starting to dwindle. And unofficially, we are about 20 minutes to go in the time limit of an hour 50. Which would mean, potentially, the sixth inning would be it. Another wild pitch. Here comes Thompson. To third goes Gray. It is a 6-4 lead. And the Ace Academy runs have come in bundles. 3 in the second and now 3 in the fifth. Brennan Miles reached on an error, popped out to left field. That is delivered on the inside part of the plate to Miles. Miles reached on an E5 and scored a run in the second, popped out to left field to begin the fourth. Now at the plate with 3 runs in and a runner on in the fifth. A little bit outside to Miles. Now Memezwate to the on-deck circle. Fouled away by Miles. And right now you're looking at about 15 minutes left when we begin the sixth. That is if the needed 2 outs for Mississippi Scout come quickly. There's one of the 2 with a strikeout of Miles. That's got Memezwate coming to the plate. Gage Berard moving to the on-deck circle. Memezwate with a single in the second, ground into a 5-3 in the fourth. Just a little bit outside. And the umpire, I think, trying to slow down Murillo, per the request of Memezwate. Couple of strikes on Memezwate. One ball, couple of strikes, 2 gone, 1 on, 3 in. There's a swing, a miss, drop. Sonez goes over to first and out will go Memezwate. 1 runner is left aboard, but Ace Academy's got their first lead of the game. It is by 2, and it could very well send us to the last inning of the game.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the 6th, near the bottom of the order, Cole Mounds will start on Aiden Radasta and J.J. Muriel. Due up in the inning 2. And we are about 13 minutes away from the time limit. Ground is short. Anderson's got it. Goes to first. Mounds out on the 6-3. Aiden Radasta next. Top of the order, J.J. Muriel to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the inning, Berard, Washington, and Bailey. But here's the question. Do we go to the bottom part of the inning? If Ace Academy's got the lead. I guess that depends on exactly how much time is left after we wrap up the top of the 6th. Unofficially, there is about 12 minutes left in the time limit. Which I would say at this point, we do go to the bottom of the 6th. Aiden Radasta 0 for 2 in the game. A little bit high, a little bit away. And the count evens at 2. That is a base wrap into left field. Radasta on with a 1-out single. And a runner aboard for the top of the order, J.J. Muriel. Muriel would love to atone for the 3 runs given up in the bottom of the 5th. And heads to the plate with a runner on. That is popped up on the infield. And calling for it coming off the mound is Daly. So 2 outs for Kendall Morrison. I believe that was a cross drawn in the sand by Morrison into the artificial sand. All of the infield artificial, outfield is natural grass here at SLU. High pitch to Morrison. Parker Harper to the on-deck circle. And again, looking at that clock, unofficially 10 minutes left in your time limit. Knowing that 2 minutes is consumed with a warm-up between innings. So you are looking at starting the bottom of the 6th with 7 or 8 minutes left. Unofficially, by the way. Kendall Morrison, a couple of walks and a single, a run scored, a stolen base. That's low and away. And the count goes to 3-1. Tying run at the plate here in the 6th inning. Parker Harper to the on-deck circle. And there is a wall given to Morrison. That'll move Radasta over to second into scoring position. So a couple of runners on, Parker Harper coming to the plate. Harper 1 for 3 in the game. Conversation between the Dailies. Trey goes out to talk to Isaiah. And if you are Ace Academy with a limited amount of time left, you're feeling pretty good about winning it if you get it to the bottom of the 6th with a lead. If you're Mississippi Scout, you're trying to plate that run. The one from second, the one from first. Tie it up. Or better yet, take the lead. Outside with a pitch to Harper. Harper 1 for 3. Braden Lee on deck. Count goes even at 1. And where your time limit is concerned, unofficially now at 8. And again, you consider that roughly 2 minutes of warm-up in between innings, which now gets you inside about 6. On the inside part of the plate to Harper. Harper with an RBI single in the first. Popped out to first in the second, ground out to third in the fourth. A little bit high with a pitch to Harper. Here's your payoff pitch. Got the inside part of the plate. And out will go Harper. And that's going to be your ball game. It will end after 5.5. As we take a look at your final numbers in this one. Both teams 6 hits. You had a total of 8 stranded by Mississippi Scout, committing 3 errors, getting all 4 runs in the first inning. Ace Academy stranding 4, committing a pair of errors, got 3 in the second, and got 3 in the 5th. And Ace Academy will win it. One more game to go. We'll see if we can get our center field look back. Looks like the rain's gone. And we'll have the last game of the day coming up right about 7:05-ish. Hi, everybody. Welcome as we get the last game of the day underway. It is the Louisiana, Mississippi Jays taking on UBO Henry. Robert Williamson set to bring you the coverage. It has been an eventful time span between ball games in trying to get everything in place, including that look again. And if you only knew, won't go through the routine. But it's an adventure. Nick Young starting it off. Caden Jackson, the two-hitter. Colt Lorette batting third. Four-hitter Brock Cothran. Eli Chandler in the five-spot. Six-hitter Jaden Watts. Jay Aldridge hitting seventh. Landon Caves eighth. Aaron Holmes ninth. Flip Wheeler is the 10 guy. And D.C. Hughes will bat in the 11th spot. That is fouled away by Nick Young. Meanwhile, Justin Wiggins on the hill for UBO Henry. Behind the plate is Landon Underwood. Colin Lacoste at first. Eli Crochet at second. The shortstop, Luke Domain. And at third, Parker Gross. Grant Hawsey in left. As that one is smacked right back to Wiggins. He'll go to first with the throw, get Young on the 1-3. Where did I stop? Crochet at second. Luke Domain at short, Parker Gross at third. Grant Hawsey in left. Center fielder is Trey. I do not have a last name for Trey. My apologies. Only name on the roster that apparently came after the fact, after the roster was printed. And in right field, Reed Beadle. A little bit high with the pitch to Caden Jackson. Colt Lorette moving to the on-deck circle. Up against the screen foul, last game of the day. And I've had some good games today, by the way. I mean, we have not had any blowouts. Into the corner and left, but it will sail into foul territory and out of play. As a matter of fact, we have had a 2-run game, a 3-run game, a tie game, and a 1-run game. Those are the kind of games we have had. One away, nobody aboard. That is sent up against the screen foul by Jackson. We have had the opportunity to see UBO Henry in our coverage of Showcase Series games, but that has not been true where Louisiana, Mississippi Blue Jays are concerned. It's our first opportunity to see these Blue Jays play. Sent over to third, grabbed by Gross, goes to first with the throw, and that will hop out of the man at first of Lacoste. And Jackson will reach, compliments of the error. And I am putting the error, I know it was in the dirt with the throw, but I am putting the error on the receiving end, unofficially, in E3. Colt Lorette to the plate, Brock Cothran to the on-deck circle. One away, one runner on. Colt Lorette to the plate. Long look to the runner by Wiggins. Lights on here. And apparently there was a reason for the long look. Knew that Jackson was the threat to go. He will and steals second. And gets into scoring position for Lorette. Popped up right side over near the foul line and in foul territory. That will come out of the mid of Reed Beadle. But he was in foul territory when it came out. If we were playing Major League Baseball, it would be an E9. We're not, so it ain't. And Lorette back to the plate. And back to second will go Jackson. Southeastern Louisiana University here in Hammond. Second trip back to SLU. We were here, I think it was a year ago. A little bit outside with a pitch. And now back for a second year, going back to South Alabama next week for the second time this year. And then in 2 weeks, my alma mater, the University of West Florida. They don't claim it. I mean, I don't see any signs when I drive onto campus that say Robert Williamson went to school here. If you look up UWF on Wikipedia and scroll down to the notable people, I ain't one of them. And for good reason. Stolen base at third for Jackson. And that, of course, is primarily, I'm not notable. But it is my alma mater. And we will be there in a couple of weeks at the University of West Florida. And then we wrap up the year summer-wise at Orange Beach. Well, hard to believe we're talking terminology like wrapping up the year. And there is fall ball coming, but wrapping up the bulk of the summer baseball in July. At least our partnership with the Showcase Series. Now, we got a lot of baseball coming up. In August, a Cal Ripken World Series, a Dixie Baseball World Series, a Babe Ruth World Series. Lorette strikes out, and there's 2 away. And then coming up in September, fall ball with Prime 9. And we think with the Showcase. And got a big event coming up at Truist Park in September. And that'll get you some baseball into November. And heck, even in December, we're covering a baseball organization's annual convention. So baseball is just about every month of the year, if not literally every month of the year. Brock Cothran with a fly out to center field. 1 runner stranded, nobody scores. We go to the bottom of the first. UBO Henry coming to bat.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Trey reaching compliments of the error and a base runner aboard here in the bottom of the first. I'm doing a little researching because I am thinking. No, I'm not thinking. Well, I am kind of thinking. Thinking that I might have the wrong roster up here in the box, but looking at the lineup card, it looks like offensive was right. Defensive, no. But I took note. Got the line out, got the double play. Domain. Driving it over to third baseman Landon Cabez. And then Cabez throws over to first to get Trey. So 2 quick outs for Parker Gross. Trey, the leadoff guy for UBO Henry. Luke Domain batting second. Parker Gross third. Brandon Quagliardo is the 4-hitter. Reed Beadle batting fifth. Colin Lacoste sixth. Landon Underwood, the 7 guy. Eli Crochet batting eighth. Justin Wiggins ninth. Grant Halsey, the 10 guy, and Blake Blanchard in the 11 hole. Meanwhile, on the other side of the diamond, it is Brock Cawthorn who is on the hill. Behind the plate, D.C. Hughes. At first, you will find Jay Aldridge. The second baseman is Nick Young. And you got a drop, strike 3, and a runner aboard. Went 2 away in the bottom of the first. Let's check that. I went back and looked at the replay, and that is a walk. So a walk given to Gross. Brandon Quagliardo to the plate with a base runner on and 2 gone. Yeah, I'm trying to multitask, get everything into the scorebook. You have the wrong defensive lineup. for Louisiana, Mississippi. Now I got the right one, so that's the excuse I'm using. I'm not saying it's a good one. And I know you're probably like me, Tweedledee with those excuses. Into center field, Trey comes out of the mitt. Guagliardo on with a single that will move Gross to third. And you got a couple of base runners on. With 2 away in the bottom part of inning number 1. Shortstop is Eli Chandler. And the third baseman, Landon Caves. In the outfield, it is Colt Lorette in left. I checked that. It is Colt Lorette in right. In center, it is Caden Jackson. And in left field, Jaden Watts. So there you have it. Offense for UBO Henry, the defense for the Louisiana Mississippi Blue Jays. Couple of runners on the corners. Ground towards first, 2-hopper fielded by Jay Aldridge, and out goes Beadle. Leaving a couple of runners on. Both teams threaten. Neither team scores in the first.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Top of the second gets underway. Eli Chandler hopping on the first pitch, drops it into right field. And the Blue Jays with a runner on to begin the second. That will become the Blue Jays' first hit of the game. And you got a runner aboard. Jaden Watts to the plate. Last game of the day. Started at 10 a.m. this morning. Tomorrow starts at 9. Stolen base for Chandler. He'll wind up at second. And we can take a look at some of the standings. 18 and 16U. Of course, you can look at it by downloading the Showcase Series app. Every 18U team has played a game. And the teams will get 3 each. In Pool A, Star Scout 17, 1-0. Sports U 18 to the Bandits 0-0-1. Blue Jays 19-0-1. In B, Extreme Scout and Stars 18 1-0. UBO Central and Mississippi 18 0-1. 16U. Got a team with 2 games under the belt as that is popped up to the right side. There for the catch is Reed Beadle, and out will go Jaden Watts. And there is one away. Jay Aldridge coming to the plate. 16U Pool A. Crushers Elite and Blue Jays 16 1-0. Stars 16 0-2. Southern Impact Premier AEI Tigers yet to finish a game. And in B, Ace Academy Scout 1-0 with that 6-4 win over Mississippi Scout 16, who is 0-1. Got the Louisiana Mississippi Jays 16U and the Henry, the UBO Henry team. Battling it out tonight here. Another floater to the right side, and that'll hop out of the mid to be like Crochet. And you got runners on the corners. It's an E4 that gets Aldridge on and Chandler to third. And Capitals 15, Extreme 17, and B7. Haven't played a game, but I got a feeling they're playing tonight elsewhere. You know there are other venues. There's Albany High in Albany, Louisiana, Denham Springs in Denham Springs, and Southwest Mississippi in Summit. In addition to Southeastern Louisiana here in Hammond. Aldridge running. There won't be a throw with Chandler at third. And you got a couple of runners in scoring position. Landon Caves sitting in foul. I think that's the correct pronunciation. I would pronounce it Caves, C-A-V-E-S, but I think I did that last year and it was wrong. And it was something like Caves. I'm going to call it Caves this year, and that's probably wrong. It is probably Caves. A little bit outside with a pitch to Caves. Aaron Holmes to the on-deck circle. That is a foul ball in the direction of third. Got a 7:06 start, which means a roughly 8:56 ending. Caves with a couple of base runners on, swings, misses. And he is strikeout number 2 in the game for Justin Wiggins. First in the inning. And a strikeout of Lorette in the first. It's a big out if Wiggins intends on keeping Chandler and Aldridge aboard. And, of course, that is his intent. Ground toward short. Domain to first. Holmes ground is into the 6-3, and again, runners in scoring position, but nobody comes home in the top of the second.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Bottom of the second gets underway. Colin Lacoste will start it. Landon Underwood and Eli Crochet due up in the inning as well. On the outside part of the plate to Lacoste. Not quite a half hour in. So lots of time left in this one as it is popped high into the air in the direction of right field. And there for the catch is, let's see if that is still Colt Lorette. He got the start in right, but no, that is Aaron Holmes now. And Lacoste with a fly out for out number one. Landon Underwood next. Eli Crochet to the on-deck circle. High and away with the opening pitch. That one a little bit outside of the strike zone, too. Brock Cawthorn getting his second inning of work in, gave up a hit, walked one. Did not allow a run in the first inning. 9.5 hours into the day. And really, when you consider that we played 5 games, had some of the elements to contend with, though it didn't stop play. But knowing that we are pretty much on track, that's a good sign. Ground towards third. Over to first goes the Chavez throw, and out will go Underwood. And there's 2 away for Eli Crochet. Crochet, the second baseman, Justin Wiggins, moving to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit high with the pitch to Crochet. Wheeler, Hughes, and Young when we get to the third for the Blue Jays. Behind the pitch is Crochet. Cawthorn trying to turn in his 4th consecutive out. And Beetle to end the first. Lacoste and Underwood to begin the second. Nice contingency of fans, but they've been nice. The size of the crowd's been nice all day long. The situation earlier was it was so hot. Then they saw it in the shady spots in the stadium. But it's a little bit cooler. And they're out in the open air. Crochet with a strikeout, 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the second.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the third gets underway. Bottom of the order, Flip Wheeler and D.C. Hughes. Then the one guy, Nick Young, due up in the inning two. Southeastern Louisiana, formerly Hammond's Junior College, became Southeastern Louisiana University, if my feeble memory serves me correctly, in well, I probably should go back and look because my memory is not working too well. I want to think 70, but that might have been the year it became college. And then in 2000, university? Nah. I think in 1970 was when it became a university. 1925 is the origin of what now is SLU. On the outside part of the plate to Flip Wheeler. Justin Wiggins getting his third inning of work in. Both pitchers have allowed runners, but neither has allowed runs. And it is thrown away over at first. Justin Wiggins with a pitch, and Flip Wheeler with a trot over to first. I'm going to score that as a base hit from Wheeler. After it skimmed the mid of Wiggins, then the only opportunity for Crochet to get him was the bare hand, and he threw it away. So I'm thinking that's a Wheeler single. And a runner on for D.C. Hughes. Taking a look at your Jerry Martinez weather for Hammond. 84 currently. Got up to 94. Let me look at the radar. I think, well, I'm just not going to say. Not going to say because when I say, then things go awry. And they go awry because allegedly it's something I've had said. So let's go back to the Jerry Martinez weather and just let you know what it's like currently. Winds out of the south at 3, gusting to 4. 17-mile visibility, a little more humid, 73%. Shouldn't burn. UV index is 0. Air quality 56 and moderate. Swing and a miss as the runner goes, and that runner is Chavez for Wheeler. And he'll get the stolen base at second. D.C. Hughes followed by the top of the order. Nick Young is on deck. And if you're interested, the next full moon 6 days away. The 94 today, 5 degrees above what the average is for the 4th of July in Hammond, Louisiana. And I know you're interested. You're just sitting there going, I wonder how far the moon is from the Earth. Well, by golly, I've got that information. 251,423 miles away. Outside with a pitch to Hughes. Bottom part of the order when you get to the bottom of the third for UBO Henry. That is foul tipped back into the mitt of Landon Underwood. And Hughes will strike out for out number 1. This ballpark holds 2,500. As I mentioned, when LSU came here in 2014, 3,700 showed up. It's the biggest crowd they've ever had here. Running towards third, fielded by Gross. He'll go to first, get the out of Young that moves Wheeler's runner Chavez to third. So that Young bunt just a little stronger than he was looking for. Caden Jackson to the plate. Colt Lorette moving to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate to Jackson. Plenty of Major League Baseball today. And a number of finals. Red Sox beat the Nationals 11-2. Reds over the Phillies 9-6. Cubs beat the Cards 11-3. Mets over the Yankees 6-5. Twins topple the Rays 4-3. Mariners shut out the Pirates 6-0. As we speak, Rangers and Padres tied at 2, bottom of the 7th. Blue Jays 1-0 over the Angels, bottom of the 6th. Tigers 2-1 over the Guardians, bottom of 5. Top of the 6th, Brewers and Marlins tied at 5. It's a high fly ball in the direction of left field, and misreading it in left was Grant Halsey. Pulling into second is Jackson with a 2-out double that brings in Chavez. And the Blue Jays on the board. Colt Lorette coming to the plate. Lorette with a strikeout in the first. Brought Cawthorn to the on-deck circle. Found back by Lorette. Tigers 2-1 over the Guardians into 5. I mentioned the Brewers and Marlins. Orioles 3-0 over the Braves, top of the 6th. White Sox and Rockies scoreless in the top of the 3rd. Down the 3rd goes Jackson, but he'll slide right into the tag. What a throw by Underwood. Got into Gross, and Gross tags out Jackson. But it runs in. And there's not a pair of goose eggs on the board. It's the Blue Jays by 1.
is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home.
Outside with a pitch to Justin Wiggins as we get the bottom of the third underway. Grant Halsey and Blake Blanchard coming to the plate as well. We were talking about Major League Baseball almost to the midpoint of the season, the All-Star break. And taking a look at the standings. In the American League, Toronto leads the Yankees and Tampa Bay by a game and a half. That's in the American League. In the Central Division, Detroit a 12-game lead over Minnesota. In the West, Houston a 6.5 game advantage over Seattle. National League, Phillies leading the East by a half game over the Mets. In the Central, Chicago by 4.5 over Milwaukee. As you got a strikeout of Justin Wiggins to begin the bottom of the third. One out for Grant Halsey. Blake Blanchard on deck. And in the West, in the National League, Dodgers by 9 games over San Diego and San Francisco. Bottom of the third, 1-zip ball game. That run plating in the top part of the inning belonged to Flip Wheeler. Chavez came in and ran for Wheeler. And Caden Jackson credited with the RBI. Halsey given a walk. So Cawthorn will follow his second strikeout of the game with his second walk. And coach coming out to have a conversation with Cawthorn. Top of the fourth, Lorette, Cawthorn, and Chandler for the Blue Jays. Blake Blanchard to the plate. Trey moves to the on-deck circle. Again, my apologies, but only a first name for Trey. I say that, and let me go back through scorebooks. That's why with this league, I keep old scorebooks for the entire summer because there might be the need for cross-referencing. Well, it looks like I had UBO Henry against star 16. As in with a stolen base is Halsey. I'm not sure where this was. Let's see if there was a trade. There was not. So that doesn't help. I think that might have been at Southern Miss. Popped up by Blake Blanchard in right field. That'll drop in as a base hit. On his way to third is Halsey. Blanchard's got a single at first. And the tying run 90 feet away in the bottom of the third. And yes, the fireworks have begun somewhere. That is not thunder. Thunder only happens when it's raining. You don't remember the song. Thunder only happens when it's Fleetwood Mac. You are young. Top of the order, Trey to the plate. Into the strike zone to Trey, who reached on an error. Luke Domain to the on-deck circle. That is shot towards the gap left field. It will drop in as a base hit for Trey. Halsey is in. Blanchard on his way to third. He's given the green light to go onto the house. Trey sliding in feet first with a triple at third. Still a one-run game, but now the one-run lead belongs to UBO Henry. And Trey delivering with a triple. Luke Domain to the plate. Domain with a line out to third in the first that also got Trey off the bag at first. Lifted towards center field, over to make the catch. He is your new center fielder. Jackson is now playing short. That'll be a Domain sacrifice. And it drives in Trey. And let's see if I can tell you who is now playing center field. Again, takes a little cross-referencing work. That is Colt Laurent. Two gone and the base is cleared for Parker Gross. He will ground it foul. Brandon Guagliardo to the on-deck circle. One hour into the game, 10 hours into the day. Parker Gross taking the pitch inside. So 50 minutes left in your time limit. That is not a drop dead 150, by the way. It is a no new inning 150. On the outside part of the plate to Gross. Gross with a walk in the first. Brandon Guagliardo on deck. Blue Jays in the fourth, send the center fielder to the plate, Laurent. And he's coming your way after the break, after the strikeout of Gross. 3 innings in, and it's a 3-1 UBO lead.
Drives that in direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a Mercy Rule win That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap.
Top of the fourth, Colt Loren will start it. Brock Cawthorn and Eli Chandler due up in the inning as well. No runs until we got to the third, and now you got 4 of them. 1 for the Blue Jays and 3 for UBO Henry. Laurent with a strikeout in the first. Brock Cawthorn and Eli Chandler due up in the inning as well. And we'll get out of play. I do not know where in Hammond the firework displays are, but that probably is a simple Google search. And I consider myself a professional Googleologist. So, let me pull up fireworks in Hammond and see what we get. Outside of the strike zone to Laurent. Well, the first thing that shows up is where to get the best fireworks display deals. Now, we're not looking for fireworks. We're looking for shows. As that is popped up on the infield. It'll hop out of the mitt of Brandon Quagliardo, now playing second. And Laurent is on compliments of the third UBO error. Looks like Zamuri Park, 600 South Oak Street, where a big 4th of July celebration is going on until 9:30 tonight. So there you go. Want to check out fireworks in Hammond? That's an option. Running is Laurent. He'll be in with the stolen base at second. Popped up, right side. Coming in from center to make the catch is Trey, and holding at second is Laurent. So Brock Cawthorn with a fly out for out number 1. That'll bring Eli Chandler to the plate. Popped up again in the direction of center. And again, Trey with it. And again, an out. And again, Lorette holds at second. And there was 2 away for Jaden Watts. Jay Aldridge to the on-deck circle. Two gone, a runner at second. Jaden Watts with a pop out to right field. He was the first out in the second inning. Jay Aldridge to the on-deck circle. Guagliardo, Beadle, and Lacoste when you get to the bottom part of the inning. That is popped up on the infield. And in from first to make the catch is Colin Lacoste. So a leadoff error does not hurt UBO. Blue Jays strand Lorette as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged out. Bottom of the fourth, Brandon Quagliardo leads it off. Reed Beadle is on deck. Colin Lacoste coming to the plate as well. Both starting pitchers working their way into the fourth. I don't think that has happened today, where both starting pitchers have made it 4 innings in. But I can go back and look. Sports U and the Bandits. Nope. Guerrero left after 2. Star Scout 17 in Blue Jays. Nope. Alvarado left after 2 2/3. Stars in Mississippi 18. Nope. Merrick Perry leaves after 3 1/3. Did get 4 innings out of the last game from both starters. Radasta worked 4 and Daly got the complete game. So we have had 1, and this is the second. On the outside part of the plate, and out goes Quagliardo. So there is 1 away, and that is strikeout number 4 for Brock Cothard. It's got to Reed Beadle to the plate. Beadle with the ground out to first. Colin Lacoste to the on-deck circle. A little bit low in the pitch to Beadle. 5th inning for the Blue Jays. Starts with Jay Aldridge. Beetle with a ground out to first in the first, and that's how the first ended. Coming to the plate here in the bottom of the fourth in a 3-1 game. Blue Jays with a run in the top of the third. Ubio Henry with 3 runs in the bottom of the third. Ground foul by Beetle. Don't forget to download the Showcase Series app. What a great tool for keeping up with everything that is Showcase Series related. I don't know how you come to a tournament with the Showcase without the app. I mean, it's that vital. High pitch and a walk given to Beetle. Got a base runner on for Colin Lacoste. And a big thank you, by the way, to all the crew with the Showcase. James Gamble, Nick Singleton, Jerry Martinez, Daniel Ballard, Kyle, all the crew. Great working with the Showcase, I think, for the 6th consecutive year. I think it happened in the COVID year. That's when things got kicked off, and that was the year of 2020, right? That is a base hit into left field. And Colin Lacoste moving Beetle to second. So a couple of runners on for Landon Underwood. But coach coming out. Is it to get Cawthorn or simply Taunton Cawthorn? No current activity in the pen, but that's not to say activity hasn't already gotten warmed up, ready to go. I see fireworks in the direction of center field. Way beyond center field, by the way. Working on the 4th of July. I think this happens often. Well, anytime the 4th rolls around the weekend. But what better way to spend the 4th than with one of the 4 components? The baseball, the hot dogs, the apple pie, and the Chevrolet. Got a Chevy at the house. Not a big fan of apple pie. Watching baseball. I don't know if I'll grab a hot dog, but I'm thinking a burger would suffice. And I've had one of those. High and inside with a pitch to Landon Underwood. And I know you're thinking, what? You are not a big apple pie fan. I mean, it's okay. Just not one of my favorites. Swing and a miss by Underwood. I mean, if there was only one slice of pie or cake that I could have for the day or the week, it wouldn't be apple pie. Fouled away by Underwood. Underwood ground into a 5-3 in the second. Eli Crochet to the on-deck circle. Outside with the pitch, runners will hold. Lacoste at first. Beetle at second. Isn't it interesting how our taste buds change, though? When I was a kid, lemon pie, that was it. Tops. The #1 sweet. Outside, rolls away, and moves runners up. Beetle to third, Lacoste to second. Now what would the option be? Man, that's tough. I like carrot cake. That's kind of a standard. That's an old traditional sweet. There is a walk given to Underwood, and the bases are loaded. Non-traditional, I'm going with cheesecake from the Cheesecake Factory. It's been so long, I don't recall, but wasn't there an Adams cheesecake, I think? Eli Crochet with the bases loaded, one away. UBO Henry trying to add to the 2-run lead. Justin Wiggins to the on-deck circle. High and inside with a pitch to Crochet. Crochet struck out in the second. Lifts that one in the direction of right center field and will sail over. Trey's head. In is Beetle, in is Lacoste. Wait a minute, tagged out coming to the plate, Lacoste. Or was that Underwood? It was Underwood who got tagged out, so 2 runs in. And by the way, that center field shot sailed over the head of Eli Chandler. Trey's the center fielder for UBO Henry. He's not going to be fielding fly balls hit by teammates. So Beetle in and Lacoste in, Underwood tagged out. Crochet with 2 RBIs, not 3. And there's 2 gone with a runner at third. And officially, I am crediting Crochet with a double. Went to third on the throw to the plate. And it's a 5-1 game. That's going to hit the head of Wiggins. Fortunately, while donning a helmet. So a couple of base runners on. Grant Halsey coming to the plate. And coming in to run for Wiggins is Colin Lacoste. Justin Wiggins, the pitcher, gets a courtesy runner. Grant Halsey to the plate. Blake Blanchard to the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss by Halsey. 2 more runs in. The lead goes to 4. And if you're thinking about that time limit, unofficially we are at 8:17. Throw down to second and caught stealing is Wiggins. Crochet is stranded, but 2 runs are in. And UBO Henry leads by 4.
You've played some travel ball. You've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament. We're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the fifth gets underway. Jay Aldridge will start it. Landon Chavez and Aaron Holmes due up in the inning, too. We have not had a game today go beyond 6. But I guess my question is, have we had one go less than 6? And no is the answer. Every game has gone 6 innings today. Swing and a miss by Jay Aldridge, who reached on an E4 back in the second inning. So we are in the 5th. And we are an hour and 15 in. Meaning 35 minutes to go. If we reach the 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. Fouled away by Jay Aldridge. Team's trying to get out of pool play as the number 1 team. And then with a chance to win the championship on Sunday. 3 18U pool play games earlier today and 2 16Us to wrap it up. Tomorrow we'll do it all over again with a 9 a.m. start. And at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Premier and AEI Tigers. 11-15, Blue Jays 16, and Crushers Elite. Got a strikeout of Jay Aldridge. Justin Wiggins now with 1, 2, 3, 4 Ks in the game. .130 Star 16 in Southern Impact. 3:45 UBO Central and Mississippi 18. And then at 6 o'clock tomorrow night, Stars 18 and Extreme Scout all here. But of course, again, there are games elsewhere. And as a matter of fact, tonight, you've got this one and in Denham Springs, Southern Impact and Premier. Inside with a pitch to Chavez. Chavez struck out in the second, came in as a runner for Flip Wheeler in the third and scored a run. Popped up in the direction of center. Back onto the grass goes shortstop. Is that still Luke Dumaine? I'm thinking so, and he's made the catch for out number 2. Aaron Holmes to the plate with 2 gone. Flip Wheeler moving to the on-deck circle. Fly out to center field, and out will go Aaron Holmes. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the 5th. We go to the bottom of the inning on JockJive.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
One away with the ground out by Grant Halsey. Blake Blanchard to the plate. Well, I've been spending I don't know how long trying to figure out what that color is in the middle of the picture from behind the home plate. That is a drop of moisture that is on the lens or either on the window it's shooting through. So maybe it goes away in a moment. With one away in the bottom of the 5th. Blake Blanchard with a single in the 3rd. It has been interesting setting up. Center field was an interesting setup, giving you some behind-the-scenes looks. And getting set up behind home plate, knowing that the elements were a consideration. On the inside part of the plate, and out will go Blake Blanchard. And there is 2 away. That's got us back to the top of the order with Trey coming to the plate. The inside offering to Trey, Luke Dumaine to the on-deck circle. 6th inning for the Blue Jays has Wheeler, Hughes, and Young. 10, 11, and 1 coming to the plate. And you got a hit batsman. Down to first will go Trey. Luke Dumaine with a line out to third, a sacrifice to center field. That sacrifice brought in a run. And that'll get out of play. Ground over to first. And the 3-1 will take care of the inning. This might be one of those games that gets 7. We're going to the 6th. With about, looks like right at 19 minutes left in our time limit.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Top of the 6th gets underway. Flip Wheeler will start it. DC Hughes, Nick Young due up in the inning 2. No game thus far today has gone beyond 6. Will this be the first? A little bit outside with a pitch to Wheeler, who singled. Then Chavez came in to run, stole a base, and scored a run in the 3rd inning. That has been the only Blue Jays run of the game. 3 balls, no strikes on Wheeler. That's a little bit inside and a free pass to first Wheeler. On for D.C. Hughes. So a base runner on, D.C. Hughes coming to the plate. And let's see if Chavez again will run from Wheeler. And there is a runner in. And as soon as the back is turned, I'll be able to tell you if it is Chavez. I think it is. Nick Young on deck, and Chavez takes off for second. Throw not in time, and a stolen base for Chavez. Unofficially, plenty of time to get to the 7th, if the 6th does not get particularly long. But again, that is unofficially. My clock started at 7:06, which means at 8:56, 1 hour, 50-minute mark. And we're currently at 8:35. So about 21 minutes. And I don't know that we've had a 21-minute inning in this game. So right now the tempo is to get a 7th inning in. Hughes showing bunt, pulls back. That'll be outside of the strike zone. In with the stolen base is Wheeler. Hughes tried to lay down the bunt but couldn't, but Wheeler will get to third, or actually Chavez running for Wheeler without the bunt. And now base runner 90 feet away with nobody gone here in the top of the 6th. And if you're the Blue Jays, you definitely feel a little sense of urgency. That will be delivered up the middle, and Hughes has driven in Chavez. And Hughes with an RBI single to make it a 5-2 ball game. And still nobody out. Top of the order, Nick Young to the plate. Young 0 for 1. Ground out at the pitcher and laid down a sacrifice. Hearing fireworks, not seeing them at the moment. Of course, my field of view limited to in front of me, not to my right nor left nor behind. Ground to second. Over to get it is Crochet. Throw to first in time to get Young, but Hughes will go to second. One away for Caden Jackson. Jackson has reached on an error and doubled. He is 1 for 2 in the game. Colt Lorette moving to the on-deck circle. And unofficially, we are about 16 minutes away from the 1 hour and 50-minute time limit. That's going to be a catch by Trey in center field. What a spectacular catch. Thought it would be a base hit, but Trey says and denies Caden Jackson. And there's two gone. Colt Lorette to the plate. And now coach coming out to apparently get Justin Wiggins. And I don't know if this has anything to do with working the clock, but if I'm ahead and there's two gone in the top of the sixth, I'm working that clock if I can.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for two on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the sixth, the base runner at second, 1 run in. In a 5-2 ball game, the new pitcher is Parker Gross. Justin Wiggins working 5 2/3. Faced 24, struck out 4, walked 1, gave up 4 hits. Has allowed 2 runs, responsible for the runner at second. So could be charged with 3. Cannot lose the game, has an opportunity to win it if UBO hangs on. Blue Jays hoping he doesn't win it. Colt Lorette to the plate. Brock Cawthorn on deck. That'll get into the dirt. It will move the runner Hughes on to third. And there is a walk. Given out to Lorette. And a couple of base runners on. With 2 away in the top of the 6th. And in looking at that time limit, unofficially 11 minutes. Lorette and Hughes on. Brock Cawthorn coming to the plate. Cawthorn, the starting pitcher for the Blue Jays. And Cawthorn hits and goes to first. So the bases are loaded. And now you got the potential tying run on with 2 away. Eli Chandler coming to the plate. And it looks like Cawthorn going through a little bit of a concussion protocol over at first. Just to make sure he's okay. He says he is. Checks out good. And the bases are loaded. Top of the 6th. 3-run lead, 2 gone. And after the length of the top of the 6th, likely the 6th is it. So the question now becomes, do we go to the bottom part of the inning? We do if the Blue Jays get everybody that's on in. A 1-0 pitch to Eli Chandler on the inside part of the plate. Chandler 1 for 2 in the game with a single and a flyout. That is a base hit into right field. It's got 1 run in. Hughes will score. It has got 2 runs in. As Lorette scores 2. And now the tying run on. Eli Chandler delivering with a 2 RBI single. And coach coming out to converse with Gross. And we can put the finishing touches, by the way, on the numbers for Justin Wiggins. 5 2/3 work, 24 faced, 4 strikeouts, a walk, 4 hits, and 3 runs. And Gross given a vote of confidence to take on Jaden Watts with a tying run at third. In a 5-4 ball game, Jaden Watts 0 for 2. That is fouled back as Chandler took off for second. Chandler back to first and an 0-1 count on Jaden Watts. Time limit now 7 minutes left in that 1 hour 50. So if we go to the bottom part of the inning, it is still going to be just 6. And a stolen base by Chandler, but with a runner at third, especially considering the fact it's the tying run, there is not going to be a throw to try to get Chandler. One offering to Watts. That is a base hit into right field that'll bring in Cawthorn. Chandler rounding third coming in, and the Blue Jays have grabbed the lead. And that means there'll be a bottom part of the inning. Jaden Watts on, Jay Aldridge to the plate. And now Justin Wiggins out of the picture as far as a potential winner of the game for UBO Henry. Can win it, wild pitch, and Watts to second. On his way to third, and he'll be there safely. Aldridge reached on an error and struck out. And now you got the Blue Jays trying to add to the lead. It has been a 5-run inning. Loretta scored, Cawthorn, Chandler, Caves, and Hughes. Just a little bit inside with a pitch from Gross. And the count runs to 3-0. Landon Caves to the on-deck circle. And that's going to hit him. And coach coming out for a second time. That'll do it for Gross. We've got a new pitcher coming in. A new guy when we return. Aldridge with a stolen base. The new pitcher is Luke Dumaine. And Dumaine takes a shot right up the middle. That'll bring in Watts. That will bring in Aldridge. Throw to second and in safely as Cobb has. 2 more runs are in. And the lead goes to 8-5. And by the way, let's see, how many of the runs have plated with 2 gone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them with 2 gone. Parker Gross comes in, not able to get it out. We'll face a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No strikeouts, 1 walk. Gave up 2 hits and hit 2. And has allowed a total of 5 runs. And Luke Dumaine hitting Aaron Holmes. And a couple of runners on for the guy who started off the inning, Flip Wheeler. So the Blue Jays bat around in the 6th, and Wheeler's hit. And it is loaded. And let's see if Wheeler gets a runner with Cobb has over at third. Cobb has been the guy running for Wheeler, but he's on. So instead it'll be Watts. DC Hughes 1 for 2. He has struck out. That happened in the 3rd. He has singled. That happened in the 6th. Outside with a pitch, 2-0. This is the 13th hitter in the inning. Two-0 pitch. It is just a little bit high. 3-0. Yeah, the bases are loaded. Nowhere to put Hughes. Walk him, and another run comes in. And if it comes in, it's the 8th of the inning. On the outside part of the plate with the pitch, 3-1. Ubio Henry with 3, 4, and 5 in the order when we get to the bottom of the 6th. That is outside and a walk handed to Hughes. He'll pick up his 2nd RBI as Chavez will score. And we go back to the top of the order. Nick Young to the plate. Young ground into a 4-3 earlier in the inning. Overall, 0 for 2. Strike on the inside part of the plate. Caden Jackson awaiting his opportunity next. Low and away. Even count at 1. I believe the inning began at 8:35. It is almost 9 o'clock. Swing and a miss. 1-2. So a 25-minute top part of the sixth. And your last game of the day is going to become the longest. There's a base hit up the middle. Holmes is in. Coming home is Watts. 2 more runs in on the Nick Young single. Well, the fireworks are here. And they are provided by the Blue Jays. They have been lining it up in the sixth. This is the 15th hitter in the inning. Fouled away by Jackson. And now there becomes some friendly inside the Blue Jays competition. Who will make the last out? This is the 11th hitter to come to the plate with 2 outs. Colt Laurent to the on-deck circle. A little bit high with the pitch to Jackson. Well, I'm now, from my vantage point, able to see some of the fireworks going on in Hammond, Louisiana. That is popped up in the direction of center field. Trey is there. He'll make the catch. And mercifully for UBO, the top of the sixth comes to an end. But not before a total of 10 runs played. And the Blue Jays turn a 4-run deficit into a 6-run lead. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Perhaps got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Bottom of the sixth gets underway after a 10-run top part of the inning. And starting things off is Parker Gross. Found that one off D.C. Hughes. Gross with a walk and a strikeout. opportunity to shake off the pain. A little bit outside with a pitch to Gross, and the count goes even at 1. A total of 5 hits, 10 runs, 4 hit batsmen, and a couple of walks, actually 3 walks. Turn into a 10-run top of the 6th. Low and inside to Parker Gross. You had a total of 15 come to the plate. On the inside part of the plate with a pitch to Gross. And the count will run full at 3-2. And we are now on the 2-hour mark in this one. That is sent foul by Gross. Gross, Quagliardo, and Beadle. That is the 3, 4, and 5 spots in the UBO Henry order. Here in the bottom part of the 6th, Gross with a walk in the 1st, struck out in the 3rd. Back to the plate here in the 6th. UBO trying to recover from that huge Blue Jay inning. And they've got lead off on with a walk. Gross down to 1st. So UBO Henry gets the start they wanted with a runner on. Brandon Quagliardo coming to the plate. Colt Laurent coming in relief of Brock Cawthorn. And now coach coming out to talk to Laurent. And this may be one of those situations where Laurent's not coming out of the game, although there is activity in the pen, and then as Kava is getting his warm-up tosses. But it just might be coach saying, okay, let's refocus. Let's not allow UBO Henry to have a kind of inning that we had. And, of course, UBO Henry's like, well, heck, you had one, why can't we? Sent towards center field, and there the catch will be made by Caden Jackson. Quagliardo with a flyout for out number 1. Reed Beadle. He has walked and he has ground out to first. One away, one aboard. Gross at first. Here's the Laurent pitch. High and outside. One ball, one strike offering. It is a little bit high. Beadle ground out to first and walked, innings 1 and 4. That's outside the Beetle. Activity in the pen is wrapped up. Kama says he's ready if needed. Loren trying to wrap it up. He'll go high with the pitch, and you got to walk to beat him. So 2 runners aboard. Colin Lacoste to the plate. Inside with the pitch to Lacoste. And though the lead is 6, I'm kind of thinking that if Laurent loads it up, he may be done for the night. There's a 2-0. Well, that might be it. Looks like coach has already called upon Cavas. And Laurent's going to leave a little early with a couple of base runners on in the bottom of the 6th.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Landon Chavez, the new pitcher. Colin Lacoste, the hitter, a base runner at first and second. And another walk, this one given to Lacoste. And it looks like my lens needs another wipe down. On this late, humid Friday night. And there's a hit batsman in Underwood. Eli Crochet with the bases still loaded. And the pitch outside of the strike zone from Chavez to run the count to 2-1. And you are now looking at a 40-minute sixth inning. Swing and a miss, Crochet. Count even at 2. Crochet with a strikeout and a double. And there is a swing and a miss, and out will go Crochet. And there is 2 away. Justin Wiggins to the plate. He struck out and got hit by a pitch. A little bit inside to Wiggins. Count runs even at 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wiggins the first out in the 3rd inning. And represented the last out in the 4th. Count goes to 2-1. And we have had a steady fireworks display from different angles for about the last 16, 17 minutes. That is popped up to the right side. And there is the catch in the end of the game. This one goes final after 2 hours and 11 minutes. And your day of baseball is done. As we take a look at your final numbers for the final game. 6 runs off a total of 5 base hits, 3 errors committed, 7 stranded by UBO. They got 3 runs in the 3rd and 2 in the 4th, added a run in the 6th. For Louisiana, Blue Jays, 8 hits, 1 error, leaving 6 on. A run in the 3rd and that big 6th. 10 runs played, and the Blue Jays will win it 11-6. Thanks for watching. We're about to wrap up day 1. See you tomorrow at 9. For all the crew with the Showcase and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody.